dia.
Good morning.
Vamos começar essa manhã aqui.
Let's get
com puro
started
suco do Brasil.
with a morning full of Brazilian juice. Let's sing a song of Glorinha Gadelia and Sambuca,
Mais conhecida na voz de
best interpreted by Clara Nunes.
fumo de rolo, reio de cangalha.
Eu tenho pra vender quem quer comprar.
Bolo de milho, broa e cocada.
Eu tenho pra vender quem quer comprar.
Pede moleque, alecrim, canela. Moleque, sai daqui, me deixa trabalhar. Isa saiu correndo pro feira dos pássaros e foi pássaro voando pra todo lugar. Tinha uma vendinha no canto da rua, onde o mangaeiro ia se animar. Tomar uma bicada com lambu assado e olhar pra Maria do Joá. Olha que tinha uma vendinha no canto da rua, onde o mangaeiro ia se animar. Tomar uma bicada com lambu assado e olhar pra Maria do Joá. Cabresto de cavalo e rabichola,
Eu tenho pra vender quem quer comprar.
farinha, rapadura e graviola.
Eu tenho pra vender quem quer comprar.
Pavio de candeeiro, panela de barro. Oi menina, vou me embora, tenho que voltar. Chachá o meu roçado que nem boi de carro. Alpagarto de arrasto não quer me levar, porque tem um sanfoneiro no canto da rua, fazendo florinho pra gente dançar. Tem zepa de piscina fazendo renda e o ronco do fole sem parar. É porque tem um sanfoneiro no canto da rua, fazendo florinho pra gente dançar. Tem zepa de piscina fazendo renda e o ronco do fole sem parar. E agora eu venho de Clarianas. Vou encontrar maneira de sobreviver à danada da dor. A vida é passageira e a brincadeira certeira é um amor. Eu que sou uma marinheira, guiei temporal e o navio não virou. Vou navegar, parceira, porque o final ainda nem começou. E eu canto e bato palma pra espantar a tristeza da alma e poder descansar. Eu canto e bato palma pra espantar a tristeza da alma e poder descansar. Eu canto e bato palma. A tristeza da alma e poder descansar. E eu canto e bato palma pra espantar a tristeza da alma e poder descansar.
Bom dia. Eu sou o JP.
Good morning, good morning. I'm Jacapre, I'm Bruna Black. We are Evua.
E o que há por pra fora? O tesão de amar até perder a memória. Só nós dois no ar.
Se perderem lençóis, sua voz me amanhecer.
Vibrar feito dois sóis e o dia a dia correr. Vencer meu tempo, tu tem meu colo pra morar. Nós dois num só tempo, devagar, devagar. Vencer meu tempo, tu tem minha cama pra morar. Nós dois num só tempo e acelerar, e acelerar.
E o que é pôr pra fora? O tesão de amar
Até perder a memória. sua voz me amanhecer, e vibrar feito dois sóis, e o dia a dia correr.
Só de pensar em chegar, me cobrir do teu corpo, olhar bem profundo, tateia com força, vem abafar o meu grito rouco. Só tu faz a sala de estar para no tempo, calor, amor, vem sem parar, me faça chegar ao ápice do alento.
Vem ser meu tempo, tu tem meu colo pra morar, nós dois num só tempo, devagar, devagar. Vem ser meu tempo, tu tem minha cama pra morar, nós dois num só tempo, e acelerar, e acelerar.
Nós dois,
Dois sóis,
dois sóis,
nós dois, só pra ser dois sóis,
nós dois,
nós dois,
dois sóis,
que vibrar feito dois sóis,
nós
dois,
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 dois
dois
sóis,
sóis, dois, só pra ser dois sóis,
nós dois,
nós dois,
dois sóis,
vibrar feito dois sóis. Muito obrigado.
Tenha um bom dia.
Have a good morning.
Welcome to Brazil, host of the B20 2024. We're living in a time of extraordinary global challenges, marked by volatility and fragmentation. Collaboration is more urgent than ever, and the private sector must play a key role in turning these challenges into opportunities. B20 Brasil 2024 brings together global leaders committed to building a prosperous and sustainable future. More than 1,200 members from 42 countries are united in 7 task forces and 1 action council. B20 Brazil's mission aligns with the G20's priorities and is guided by 5 guiding principles. Promote inclusive growth and combat hunger, poverty, and inequality. Accelerate a fair net zero transition. Increase productivity through innovation. Promote the resilience of global value chains. Enhance human capital. B20 Brazil's actions span across various goals and initiatives. We're working to make trade and investment governance more efficient and resilient. We also aim to promote a fair energy transition, fostering effective and sustainable solutions. Against the backdrop of constant digital transformation with new technologies, such as artificial intelligence, we challenge ourselves to explore these opportunities in a rational and responsible way. This technological revolution also impacts the future of work, requiring us to provide increasingly diverse, inclusive, and adaptable training. For economic and social growth and development, we need leadership and actions guided by integrity and ethics. Sustainable prosperity depends on technological advancement. We focus on introducing innovative practices in the agricultural and food production chains. We believe that private capital investments in sound, bankable projects can further strengthen infrastructure, making it more dynamic and modern. The effectiveness of all these principles and recommendations relies on a global inclusive vision. We advocate the equal participation of women and other underrepresented groups across all areas of work and production. B20 Brazil's efforts go beyond public policy recommendations. To ensure continuity and impact, we've built a legacy based on 3 pillars. Sharing knowledge and experiences with B20 South Africa 2025 to begin a cycle of continuous progress, mobilizing the private sector to implement concrete initiatives with social and environmental impact, contributing to Brazil's development using B20's global results to create local impact for a fairer and more prosperous future. Together, we are part of the solution. B20 Brasil 2024, Inclusive Growth for a Sustainable Future.
Good morning once again. Welcome to B20 Brazil. In this first part of the event, we heard the band Avoa, a project that mixes Brazilian sounds with global influences, creating a unique and captivating fusion. With original compositions and a vibrant stage presence, the band stands out for the authenticity and power of their lyrics, which portray contemporary issues and social themes, always with a very poetic vision. This event is organized by B20 Brasil 2024, CNE, Brazilian National Confederation of Industry, and is sponsored and supported by main sponsor Aramco, SABIC, Diamond sponsors ABDI, Brazilian Agency for Industrial Development, JBS, MasterCard. Gold sponsors Equinor, Google, BRF Marfrig, Vrio Sky, BNDES, the Brazilian Development Bank, Brazilian Ministry of Development, Industry, Commerce and Services, FINEP, Brazilian Innovation Agency, Brazilian Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, Petrobras, Federal Government of Brazil, Brazil Union and Reconstruction. Silver sponsors, Bayer, BCC, Business Council of Canada, Citibank, Embraer, Febraban, Brazilian Federation of Banks, Suzano, Vale. Institutional support, Fiesp, Federation of Industries of the State of São Paulo, Firjan, Federation of Industries of the State of Rio de Janeiro, SERPRO, Federal Service for Data Processing, OCB System, Brazilian Organization of Cooperatives, Social Service for Industry, SESI, National Board, SEBRAE, Brazilian Micro and Small Business Support Service. Main partner, Knowledge Partners, Network Partners. Thank you all. We are streaming our event live on the B20 YouTube channel in English and on the CNE YouTube channel in Portuguese. Audio description and translation equipment are available at the entrance to the plenary. We also have sign language here in the plenary on the event screens and in the online streaming. And our event is fully committed to sustainability and environmental protection. All carbon emissions generated will be offset, ensuring this is a carbon neutral event. Together, we will promote a greener and more conscious future. And let's start the first panel of the day. We know that trade is a key enabler of economic growth and sustainable development. Therefore, its role in combating hunger and ensuring food security in the world is crucial and strategically important. How can institutional policies ensure that trade makes a decisive contribution to ending hunger and malnutrition, increasing agricultural productivity, and promoting sustainable food systems? This extremely important topic will now be discussed by the following guest speakers whom I invited to the stage. The President of the Brazilian Agency for Industrial Development, ABDI, Ricardo Capelli. the chairperson of the Industrial Development Corporation of South Africa, IDC, Busi Mabusa. The Director of Trade and Agriculture of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, Marion Jansen. The Assistant Director General and Regional Representative for Latin American and the Caribbean of the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, Mario Lubetkin. And to moderate this panel, we invite Managing Director and Global Chair Emeritus of the Boston Consulting Group, BCG, Hans-Paul Bürkner. Hans, the floor is yours, please.
Yes, good morning. It's great to see that even at this early stage, there are already so many in the audience. And let us just jump into the topic. Until about 6-8 years, it was a given that trade would foster economic development, prosperity, and also allow us to address the issues of food security around the world. But then, with the pandemic, with the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, we have seen major disruptions of the value chains around the world. And we've also seen increasing activities of protectionism around the world. Some countries feeling that their jobs have been stolen by other countries by exporting their products. So what we would like today on this panel to try to address 3 questions. First of all, to understand how can we continue the global trade dynamics and economic development, and at the same time, of course, also ensure resilience and sustainability. Secondly, to really focus, especially when it comes to food security, exports and imports of food, how can we make sure that food security really remains at top of the agenda, even though there are increasing activities by certain countries to protect their own agricultural sector. And thirdly, we would like to talk about how to improve efficiency and resilience of the trade system, the global trade systems in general, especially also trying to bring micro, small and mid-sized businesses into the picture. So let me start with the first question about how to ensure the global trade dynamics in light of the massive protectionism that we see from various blocks that have emerged over the past years. And I would like to ask Busi with your thoughts, and Busi also to take a particular focus on South Africa and Africa in general and the emerging markets.
Thank you so much, Hans-Paul, and I was hoping that I didn't have to switch anything on here. So I wish I had the answers. I know that's not the reason that I'm here. I was reminded by the young people that were in the band just a few minutes ago that were entertaining us, that a sustainable future is about young people. It's not about any of us that are sitting here. And at each point, we need to be mindful of that. It is, of course, a travesty that we see less of them in these conversations than we should. So the internal focus that we saw in the recent past was, of course, partly what we call in South Africa a babala's hangover from the very nationalistic rhetoric that we had from politicians and the very real impact that is still relatively fresh in our memories of the supply chain close downs during COVID. The fact that we had half of the world going to elections this year did, of course, create fertile ground for an even escalation of the rhetoric. And this was not helped by the fact that we'd seen a bit of a retreat in world GDP growth rate, and we'd seen inflation shocks due to the geopolitics that we were experiencing, or we continue to experience going forward. Now, looking at the African continent, which has hundreds of millions of young people, I believe that the opportunity of trade in services is a very attractive one. That is an area that even at the moment, as we see a retreat in global trade in goods, I believe that segment continues to grow, especially when one looks at digital trade. Regionalization is another very important component. I believe that the far advanced economies such as Europe and the Americas are shielded because of the regional trade that they have, the benefits that they have from the regional trade. And of course, there are larger economies such as China, which and perhaps India, which will benefit from size that they have of their economies. In saying that, I believe that the African Continental Free Trade Area is a project that we all must support, especially from a B20, G20 perspective, because this is where the opportunity for the next 50 years is going to come from. At the moment, it may seem a little distant because there is infrastructure that still needs to be addressed. There are basic utilities that need to be addressed. There is perhaps a need to ensure that the skill sets and skill levels are at par. But I think you will find young people who are keen and eager to be part of that future. Thank you.
Good. Thanks very much, Busi. And I would like to turn to Mario. I know, of course, you're coming from the FAO, but I would first like you to address the issue of trade more general and what could be done to try to find the right balance between trying to be resilient and sustainable, but also making sure that trade is not being suffocated by the protectionist measures of various countries.
Yes, thanks, Hans Paul. I think that, and good morning, bom dia a todos vocês. I think that the title was just a double check about trade, prosperity, and hunger. They are not contradictions, a challenge, like you say. We can talk about global issues, but I think that we need to combine global, regional, and local issues. And I want to focus, because we are in this region, Latin America and the Caribbean, we are in Brazil, I want to focus on 2-3 things about the region. Link with global issues, sorry. I think that we need to start with figure. Figure means that 13% of the global production are produced here in this region. I think that we need to start with figures. 17.6% of global agri-food export come from this region. So this region play and need to play an important role in all these aspects that we say in the framework of global stability. And I want to say something more that we talk very few about that. We are worried about how the world are going, especially about stability, peace, etc. We need to highlight that this region is one of the few or the only region with peace. And you know perfectly that cannot be the good economic development or to resolve hunger and malnutrition with war. With peace, perhaps we can have the possibility. In the other way, I think that we don't have the framework to try to do this. And in that, I think that we need to take always in consideration, and that is something that you know perfectly, that all this process that we try to reduce hunger, to try to develop the economic scenario, is in the framework of climate crisis, biodiversity problem, loss problem, economic constraint. We know. Hello? Okay. Sorry again. So the point in that is logically we need to take in consideration all these issues when we want to develop. You know that globally we have our report, that is the global report. We work a lot with OECD and many things. But our global reports show that in the world there are more than 730-something million of people with hunger. And it's logically that if we are not changing our approach, the investment, etc., obviously that in 2030 we will not achieve what we need to achieve. And that linked with the economic scenario, because all that we are talking are linked with development, are linked with money, finally, public and private. And in that sense, I think, and I'm back again to Latin America and the Caribbean, I want to highlight the fact that Latin America and the Caribbean was, in our report, that are the global report called SOFI, the only region which reduced hunger for the second year. And that's mean issues around money. Obviously that we are talking about 4 million something, 4.5 million of people without hunger. I think that is important to show because hunger means faces. And it's not only numbers. And the fact that we have 4.5 million people in this region that start to eat, it's a good issue. The point is we have 41 million of people with hunger. And we have more than 130-something million in which there are really problems to eat. So in these figures, it's very important to understand that the picture is not going only one line. We are signals that we can go in a correct way in the future if we deep many of these things, and it's clear that we cannot have only one solution. We need to combine many solutions because we think that we are intelligent and we have a lot of knowledge. When I'm talking about that, I'm talking about public sector, private sector, the academia, and civil society, and logically the international organization like us. But I want to say something more because linked with the economic scenario. If we deep a little bit more in this region, for the first time, if we are thinking about development, trade, climate change, and hunger, it's the first time that our report showed that there are 3 regions in one region. And that's mean money in the end. We have South America and Mexico that are pushing because the production are in this part of the region. And in Mexico, just was the reason which, after COVID, the hunger was reduced a little bit. I'm not saying trend, I'm saying that are reduced a little bit. We have Central America that invests a lot of money from private sector, from public sector, in which they couldn't continue and they couldn't grow and they couldn't resolve better all these problems. Why? Because climate change affected a lot them. And I talk about economic issue. And the third and last is the Caribbean. We talk about the Caribbean like it's part of the region, but really it's not. But really, we don't think that it's part of the region. But the Caribbean is part of this region. And they continue to increase hunger. So that is the point in which one region like Latin America and the Caribbean can play together to think in development, from the economic point of view, if we are 3 sub-regions in the same region. That is one of the big challenges that you have here, like we can say in the world, like we cannot have region so distant when we are talking about figure. And in the end, the other point that I want to highlight, and we'll conclude this first question, is the fact about quantity and quality. We are talking about quantity, but quality means nutrition. I mean that. If you think the figures, there is something new in the world, not in this region, call it obesity. In the past, we fight only to resolve hunger. Now we need to resolve hunger and obesity. In this region, the obesity achieved 30% of the population. That's mean money, that's mean health, that's mean public money to invest etc., etc., etc. And this is a big challenge. But this is a big challenge for the private company. Why? Because one of the challenges that the private companies is to pass from quantity to quality. Not to lose market, is to increase market. But to increase market, we need to think more and more in the concept of nutrition. So quality, more in the concept to food like a food. And in that, and final figure, is the fact that this region that produce food is the most expensive cost of quality food in the world. And this is something that we need to think. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mario. Now turning over to Marion. Marion, you're coming from the OECD, and that is usually described as a club of rich countries or rich economies. And what you see and what we see is a lot of protectionist measures, especially from these so-called rich countries. How do you see the dynamic of trade, and how do you feel that it can really continue to be driving economic development for not just for the Northern Hemisphere, but for the whole world?
Yeah, thank you, Hans, for this question. Indeed, for some reason, we maintain that name, the Club of Rich Countries. We were indeed originally created as on the initiative of the United States to help poor Europe after the Second World War. Now we have 38 members, 4 of them are in the Latin American region: Mexico, Costa Rica, Chile, and Colombia. I let you decide what kind of name we deserve with that kind of membership. And Brazil is in an accession process, and let me then start my intervention by saying we would love you to bring some color and some music, more music into our organization. We look forward to that discussion. Hans, but you described the world indeed as a complex one. You used the term that I would like to pick up: balance. We need to find a balance between meeting challenging policy objectives like environmental objectives, social objectives, and maintain borders open. And unfortunately, human beings, with all our modern technologies, we find balancing difficult. We tend to move from one extreme to the other. So we indeed have gone through a period where under the COVID shock, in several countries, in many countries, there was this sense that globalization hasn't helped. Certainly we didn't have access anymore to the products we were used to have access to. Now we have shown at the OECD that luckily we had globalization. We would never have been able to deal with the COVID crisis globally as we did if we hadn't the possibility to shift masks from one country to the other, disinfectants in another direction, complex, sophisticated hospital equipment from one continent to the other. Trade supply chains have helped us during COVID. They have not been the problem. But that situation created fear, understandable fear. Policymakers need to take fear away from their voters, feel they have to protect their voters. It should not lead to protectionism at the border, but that's maybe a little bit happening. Now here we have concern about supply chains maybe not being reliable. Second, big policy objectives like meeting environmental objectives. And third, if we want to deal with all these challenges, we need to increase the digitalization of everything in our production and in trade. And that leads to another problem: what to do with those data. Are they also going to cross borders? And how do we protect our security and our privacy? So, difficult questions. Let me finish by 3 suggestions that we stand for on how to deal with this. First, there are no easy answers. We have to balance, and therefore we need to be better than we have ever been before in order to deal with all these challenges together, in order to find the right balances. Second, we need to cooperate more across borders, not less. Because if we want to protect the environment, and we across the globe appear to share that objective, then we have to agree on how we can do this without disrupting production and without disrupting international trade, because we need trade. So more cooperation across borders in order to understand each other and to agree on how we move forward. And third, more cooperation, not less, between governments and business, because if we need to deal with the regulatory issues of environment, if we need to deal with regulatory issues around digitalization, we have to do it in a way that doesn't stop business from operating. Costs cannot become prohibitive for operations or to trade things across the border. So difficult situations, no easy answers, more cooperation needed across borders and more cooperation between business and governments.
Thanks very much, Marion. And now I would like to turn to Ricardo. And Ricardo, you are in charge of industrial development in Brazil. Now, Brazil so far is still mostly a country which exporting, soft and hard commodities and energy. How can Brazil, how can Latin America, how can emerging markets play a much stronger role in the industrial development and also in the trade of industrial products without having to resort to protecting its own industry and hoping that the others will not do the same?
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank for the invitation, participation, greet President of CNI, Ricardo Alckmin. I'm going to wait for the receivers to reach our panel members. I'll speak Portuguese so everybody can follow. As the only Brazilian in this panel, I'd like to welcome you warmly to Brazil. It is a pleasure to have you all here. First, Hans, I believe that as we speak about protectionism, we should ask ourselves the following question: why protectionism? Why has protectionism grown so much in the world? And why have we seen a growing of customs barriers growing around the world at a speed that perhaps unprecedented in recent times? I believe that growing protectionism, more than a phenomenon in itself, is a response to, it is a finding that we as humanity are failing in our goal of a sustainable, egalitarian development that responds to the wish of the ensemble of the world population. Protectionism, in my view, has grown, and it grows increasingly more as a response to wild liberalism that has led us to have in the world today the greatest income and wealth concentration in the history of mankind. And at the same time, we are not able to the problems listed at this panel as fighting hunger, as the issue of climate emergency, minimally resolved or faced. What we have seen in the world are hundreds of millions of people that are still starving with no effective attitude of the global agencies. What we have seen day after day are billions and billions of dollars sent to Ukraine, sent to Lebanon, and as it's been recently announced by the French president, sent to the Middle East to foster wars to foster conflict and very little sensitivity regarding hunger and climate emergency. More than fighting the effects of protectionism, we should ask ourselves, why protectionism? Protectionism is a response. It's not a cause in itself. It's a response to liberalism that has deepened inequality between peoples and nations, that has not resolved the problem of hunger. And rather than that, it has deepened the problem of hunger. And we, global leaders here, we should discuss, we should find the solutions. We all live on the same planet. It's an illusion that we're going to live in a planet of billionaire CEOs, increasingly richer with, amazing bonuses, surrounded by millions of miserable and poor people. This is the hard truth of the failure of the global system of trade that we have to face. With regards to Brazil and the developing countries, Brazil has adopted industrial policies. After many years, President Lula and Vice President Alckmin have launched the Nova Indústria Brasil, a new Brazil industry, as a robust industrial policy, rebuilding the national industry. And what we hear from all the business sectors, and here we have many industries represented, the automotive industry, the textile industry. When Brazilian business people approach us and claiming the raising of tariffs to protect the national industry, but it is not to protect the national industry in terms of preserving the inefficiency of the industry. It is to protect the national industry, and they repeat to us all the time a single word: we want fair competition. We want fair competition. Well, Brazilian industry is not afraid of competing in a global market. How can we reach fair competition that serves the companies and corporations, that also serve the development of nations, peoples, in an equitable and balanced way? Look at the climate emergency issues. We all have agreements regarding the need to face this, which is a very serious issue. How can we face the issue of sustainability, climate emergency, and the necessary energy transition, considering the asymmetry of development that we have between the nations? It is not reasonable that, in light of climate emergency, bring up barriers, non-tariff ones, for products of industrial companies of developing countries that, because of their late development, ended up preserving great part of the environment, that the more developed nations ended up consuming faster because of their faster or more accelerated development, bringing up non-tariff barriers on the correct argument of climate emergency for the developing countries, for the developing economies, is penalizing twice those economies. I believe our challenge is to make a deep reflection upon the need of a global true consultation that goes through G20, B20, and the strengthening and the re-strengthening of the United Nations, multilateral organisms that truly confront the most important issues regarding the balance of international trade. Brazil trusts its industry. Brazil does not want to be a mere commodities exporter. In the energy transition, Brazil has, for example, an opportunity that is extraordinary regarding solar energy, the production of green hydrogen, but we do not want only to export ammonia, methanol, make renewable energy a mere commodity. We want to bring industrial plants to develop Brazilian industry and generate employment and jobs here in our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. I would like to focus a bit more, and Mario has already talked a lot about it, on the question of food security and trade. And I would like, again, to start with Boozy and see, how can we make that work? I mean, there are about 10 major food-producing companies in the world and exporting countries in the world. And how can we make sure that really the trade, even though there are increasing obstacles, lots of new sanitary regulations and disruptions, how can we make sure that food security really is ensured, and by also fostering trade and ensuring that it remains resilient and sustainable?
And South Africa is feeling, thank you so much, Hans Paul. South Africa is feeling the pinch of the barriers that trading partners can raise on you, because as you know, though we're not a large exporter of food, but we are fairly competitive in certain segments of food produce, which is high tech and very desirable. But we have had to face challenges, both on tariff barriers and the non-tariff barriers. And this is an example, I think, of where strengthening regional value chains will probably assist countries and a continent such as ours. We are a continent that imports foodstuff from various regions of the world. We are a continent with vast tracts of arable land that is both underutilized and in instances not utilized at all. And I am personally attracted by the concept that I think the African Union has been trying to promote of the African agri-parks, which should cross borders and try to produce at scale, not just for consumption in the continent, but also to look for opportunities outside of the continent. And I think this would go to great lengths. There is a level of technical expertise that can be shared within the continent. But of course, we have friends in regions that are at the moment exporters, and we need to crowd that in order to ensure that we produce the quality that is required. Finally, the beneficiation of produce, because will make absolute sense. We are a continent that has high levels of unemployment, and I indicated already that it is fairly keen young people. We need to train them. I was so impressed. I had the privilege of visiting a flagship company in Brazil, Embraer. It is in aeronautics, high-tech area. And to hear that one company employs 3,700 engineers with various levels of expertise absolutely blew my mind. And I think this is the approach. These are the lessons that we as a continent should be taking from our partners in ensuring that we upskill production in our continent, which is the opportunity to do so.
Thank you very much. Marion, you have been dealing with food trade for quite a while. What do you see from a global point of view? What are the key issues to address, and how to make sure that really trade continues to be dynamic and also continues to ensure food security or increasing food security going forward? Marion.
Our names are too similar.
Yeah, sorry.
So Marion. Thanks for that question. First, trade is important. We work together with the FAO on the issue of agricultural trade. Notably, we see that every year 20% of the calories that we consume cross borders, and that figure has been relatively stable. We see the need for trade even increasing in the coming years because there are regions in the world where there is a strong population growth, notably in Africa, Southeast Asia, and where production growth will not keep track. So this region, Latin America, where production and productivity are growing quite significantly, will become an even stronger net exporter, and whereas the African region as a whole will be a net importer. So trade is going to be important. What do we need to do in order to ensure that trade can happen and is not hampered as it has been in the past? I would like to emphasize two things. One, it is very important that in moments of crisis and shocks, and that's something we have been experiencing a bit too frequently in the recent past, we do not overreact. What are overreactions? One typical overreaction is that countries say, there's a food crisis, let's restrict our own exports so that we make sure that we feed our own population. Now, if you do that, you're going to have an important effect on global prices. You're going to create even more panic, and the reaction is that others are going to restrict their exports too. So policymakers, when there are shocks, need to stay calm and definitely not to restrict exports. Across international organizations with the FAO, the OECD and others, we track what countries are doing, whether export restrictions are introduced, what is happening to international prices, what is happening to stocks in markets, and we are frequently out there and giving information to market leaders and saying, hey, stay calm, there's enough stocks, we just have to make sure that they move from the place where they are to the place where they are needed. More trade, not less, and stay calm in moments of crisis, and we provide the type of information that you may need in order to make calm assessments. The second point is the one of regulatory issues. Ricardo made reference to non-tariff measures that are often perceived as protectionist. One situation we have is that for many years, for decades, countries have been using so-called SPS measures, food safety measures, to make sure that what Germany buys from Brazil can be consumed in Germany and is safe for consumption. And we have a relatively well-structured system to make sure that we all have our food systems, food safety regulation, and can nevertheless trade. But now what we are getting is, on top of this, we get environmental regulation. And unfortunately, we haven't figured out yet how to regulate agri-food trade, the environmental side of it, and to do it in a way that is not disruptive for trade. We have to make sure that the systems we have at the national level speak to each other and are understood. And in agriculture, that's difficult, because when you produce a car in Japan or produce a car in Germany, the production process is relatively similar, and you can reproduce it in other countries. But to grow soja in Brazil, or let's say to raise cattle in Brazil, or to raise cattle in the Austrian or Swiss Alps, it's not the same thing. Not in terms of how it happens, and not in terms on how much greenhouse gases that produces. We have to understand each other's production processes, and we have to understand that we know how regulation is implemented, can be implemented in the companies, traced across the supply chain, and implemented at the border without this becoming prohibitively costly. Unfortunately, Ricardo, you're right, we are not there yet. And that's why, as I said before, we need more discussions across borders, policymakers across borders, and more discussions, private sector with the governments, so that we can make these things work. Yes, be environmentally friendly, but continue to trade, because we will need more trade, not less.
Thanks very much. Mario, very, very shortly, because you've already talked earlier about food trade. I think one topic that I always feel should come up more is that there is massive waste from the fields to the fridges, that we lose a third, maybe even more of all foodstuffs, on the waste, the local supply chains, the regional, the global supply chains, and we could probably feed 10 billion people, which we will have by the end of the century, if we were to deal with these supply chains and make them much more resilient. From the FAA point of view, what would be the key issues, but very shortly, given that we are really fast running out of time?
First of all, to continue Busi and Marion thinking, I think that we need to start with other figure. Agricultural employees mean 1.3 billion people, and the 70% of these are, we can call family farming, small farmers, and that means, in the end, the result, the economic result and the social result about this challenge. Obviously that now all these 70% mean lack of infrastructure, limited access of credit, scarce market information, limit of productivity, development, etc. that we need to correct if we want to develop our capacity. But from them, we receive some key requests, innovation and technology. And this is the challenge, especially for this audience, to think about that and to try to understand how and in which way we can work. I think that Marion remembered very well the report that we are doing annually. And I took the last one in which we talked about 5-step framework to promote responsibility agriculture. And if we are going the summary, we are thinking about coordinated effort across the sector strategically for population growth, climate change and resilience crisis, require holistic approach, and that is some very important point. Bringing together the ministries of agriculture, of production, of environment, of trade, of labor, of justice, of finance, of health, of foreign affairs, of agriculture. So which is the point? Historically, the relation between us and the country was through the Ministry of Agriculture. Okay? And now we are working better with the private sector, or we are working better together, etc. But I think that one of the challenges, and in many parts of the world, there are not this horizontal way in which we need to all the actors, public actors, because food security means all these issues, with the private sector, not to play only with the Minister of Economy or the Minister of Agriculture, but with all these players. Civil society at large need to rethink how they are thinking to work in that, and we need to have better the academia to try to support us in the innovative aspect. And in that last point, I think that we need to highlight one of the decisions of G20 that we take during the summit on 18 and 19 of November in Rio de Janeiro, if I'm not wrong, is the proposal of the presidency, the Brazilian presidency, to create the Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. And I think that we need to take very serious, because this is a perspective for many years, and it's not only a social issue, it's a social and economic issue with the most important, powerful player in the world. All of us need to support, need to give our thinking, our capacity, our knowledge, because this is one of the ways to try to help to resolve the problem that we have now.
Good. Thanks very much, Mario. Now, as we're coming to the end of our panel, I would like 1 minute each statement from each one of you to talk about how would you drive, efficiency of trade and combine that with resilience and sustainability, which we all look forward to. What would be your key action point, or your 1 or 2 key action points going forward? Busi.
Technology platforms as an enabler, and I think those should be made available, especially to small, medium enterprises for free, if not subsidized. And I think harmonization of standards and the documentation will be a game changer for a continent such as ours. It will make the African Continental Free Trade Area project something slightly more feasible and probably achievable in a reasonable period of time.
Okay. Ricardo, 1 minute.
Bom, eu creio que
Well, I believe that the point, and I do agree with what has been said here about being calm, and that is linked to predictability. There's a point that really impacts global trade and to the development of the countries, which is the cost of the capital of credit so that companies can develop themselves. And I believe that with this effort of international alignment, the discussion about the market, the capital market, the global financial market is essential when we have some trillions of dollars that operate and go from one country to another just by pressing a button. In a few minutes, you can't feel that calm, have predictability, and ensure a capital cost for credit that can bring on development, and so that we can have credit at reasonable cost for the development of the small, medium companies and also of the larger corporations. So I believe that an international discussion about the circulation of capital is urgent globally. We cannot carry on with the circulation of capital around the world at the speed that is detached from the interest, the greater interest of nations, of people, and the development of humans. An economic development that is detached, a development of capitalism that is standing alone from human development seems to take us to a very dangerous path, which is one of protectionism, war, and a radical approach that we see around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I propose, and that's what we are applying at OECD right now, to go down into the engine room. This is not a moment anymore where we should deal with big statements and sweeping objectives. We have done that. Let's sit down and understand what we need to do to make the system function again. So what do I mean by going down in the engine room? We bring together ministerial representatives from our members and non-members. We bring together producers. We bring together traders, we bring together scientists, we sit down for days in boring rooms without windows, by the way, and discuss how do you measure your greenhouse gas emissions? How do you produce? How many harvests do you have? What digital tool do you use to measure this, to transmit it? Which information do you transmit? Does your tool speak to the tool of your supplier or your buyer? Can you cross these borders? We sit together and solve the nitty-gritty technical issues. Those conversations are currently possible, and those conversations can solve many of the problems that we are currently facing. So I invite you, whoever is here and is interested, come and join us in the engine room and let's solve problems.
Thanks very much. And Mario?
Yes, we talk in general for developed countries and we advise some ideas. I think that go beyond them. You know, if we want to think in a very concrete way, we talk to them preferential market access, technical assistance, and better technical assistance and capacity development, promotion of value-added export, encouraging investment, flexibility in meeting agreement obligation, and reducing non-tariff barrier, encouragement in interregional trade, and regular cooperation to strengthen the region trade facilitation mission. That is something that we talk for the developed countries, but go beyond. That is part of the discussion here. They're not discussion, I think, that if we listen what my colleagues say here in the podium, that is logical that we need to think in the restructuring trade agreement. But before that, I think that it's important to address territorial development strategy and investment attraction to boost value added of export. And this is one of the challenges that we have.
Thanks very much. One more thought. Actually, I do remember at the G20 B20 meeting in China, we were together, and I was together with Jack Ma, and he has been pushing a worldwide electronic trading platform in order to allow companies, small, mid-sized companies, even micro companies, to really participate in the global trade, and also, of course, to get paid through this platform. Unfortunately, it didn't take off, but I think it's certainly an interesting idea to bring back this idea and to really make it work, so that we really are overcoming this idea about deglobalization, but really making sure that more and more people really participate as companies, as workers, as entrepreneurs, as institutions in the global economy and benefit from the global economy without feeling that, somebody else is dominating everything. And so I think maybe it's what you could call democratization of global trade, but I think it would be a great idea to bring back and actually to make work. So I would like to thank the panelists. I would like to thank you all for your attention. And let's hope that we can move trade forward, because as we've seen in the past decades, it has brought enormous progress to the world and enormous benefits. And we need to make sure that we are not getting into this idea that self-sufficiency is the name of the game, because we will not be self-sufficient in any sector, in any country. And working together will be key going forward to ensure that there will be continuous economic development, especially, of course, also in the developing countries, in the emerging markets, but also for the world at large. And if we work together more, hopefully we'll also have fewer conflicts. Thanks you very much.
Thank you so much, Hans. Thank you to the panelists. I invite you all to take an official photo at the center of the stage. Once again, it's photo time. Thank you once again.
Vida de artista cria todo dia. A gente cria o ritmo e a rima. A gente faz o verso, a gente inventa o clima. Mas outro tipo de cria também existe. Tá na sua vida e nesse videoclipe. Esse carro aqui que leva a gente pro rolê. Foi a indústria que fez acontecer. Tudo que tá no seu dia a dia. Olha quem faz, a indústria quem cria. Cola aqui com a gente pra criar algo pro mundo. As suas mãos constroem o futuro. Cria com os parça, cria com as minas. Criando o futuro com a gente, vem pra cima.
Uma indústria que está sempre inovando e é sustentável, cria não só produtos, cria oportunidades, cria um futuro melhor.
Tudo que tá no seu dia a dia. A indústria cria, a indústria é mais.
We will now hear a business leader who is recognized worldwide for his ideas on sustainability in the corporate world. Former Unilever CEO and activist Paul Polman is co-author of Net Positive, How Courageous Companies Thrive by Giving More Than They Take, named one of the business books of the year by the Financial Times. So welcome, Paul Polman. I hand over to you.
That would Que bom dia. É prazer estar aqui. Sempre me siento en casa cuando estoy no Brasil. Largo longe de casa. And it's good to see so many friends in the audience. So thanks especially to the B20 leadership, then obviously the chair of the B20 in Brazil, but also Ricardo, the president of the Brazilian National Confederation of Industries, and all the others who worked so hard, and I know what it takes to work on the policy recommendations for the G20. Having been involved myself in many of the efforts of the B20s over the last few years, I know what it takes, and it can only be summarized with one simple word: true leadership. I applaud your theme as well, inclusive growth for a sustainable future. We all know that a world where too many people still feel they're left behind or feel that they cannot fairly participate will ultimately rebel against itself. Nothing is more important in this world than striving for dignity and respect, equity and compassion for all if we want this world to function. You understand that, and you understand business's role in this. After all, business cannot succeed in societies that fail. Our individual successes, more than ever, depend on the success of all of us. Such is our interdependence. No questions that we have a challenge here. With 70% of the world population now living in places where inequality actually has grown over the last 25 years. And wealth creation is increasingly to the benefit of a few. Living on small islands of prosperity in an increasingly growing sea of poverty is not a long-term successful strategy. The Sustainable Development Goals, which I had the pleasure to help develop, call for not leaving anyone behind. You've heard their voices, and you've shown in your 5 principles that you care. Your recommendations, your strong recommendations, actually reflect this. Proposals that put humanity at the center, promoting inclusive growth, accelerating a fair net zero transition, increasing productivity through innovation, not at the expense of people, looking at value chain resilience, especially in the small and medium-sized enterprises, where the most of the struggles are. And last but not least, enhancing human capital. Without any doubt, these recommendations are ambitious, they're focused, relevant, practical, and yes, very actionable and tangible. Valid now, and I believe valid for years to come. Over these 2 days, we've seen again and again just how essential these forums can be. We know that ambition without action is merely wishful thinking. We also know that action without ambition leads to stagnation. You've made it clear that we need more action, and we need them urgently, and we need them with ambition. Time, frankly, is not on our side. Whilst we recommend to governments, we have to assume our own responsibilities at the same time. A transition to a more equitable, sustainable, inclusive economy requires all of us, not only to step up, but also to work together. I know it's not an easy job to be a CEO nowadays. It's the many struggles that you have to deal with. In fact, the average lifetime of a CEO of a major publicly traded company has gone down to below 5 years, and so has the lifetime itself of companies. It's difficult. The rapidly changing environment is often described as VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Continuous crises and disruptions are the hallmark of today's world, marked by increasing armed conflict, deglobalization, economic shocks, rising income inequality, pandemics, technologically driven dislocations, and political fragmentation, just to name a few. And yes, it's taking its toll. We're seeing a rise in populism, an increased intensity and scope of cultural wars, driving the erosion of civil society and fracturing our democratic norms, alongside, frankly, counterproductive political rivalry between the great powers. It pulls most businesses and politicians to the short term, to the here and now crises, versus dealing, frankly, with the more important underlying structural issues that drive these crises in the first place. Sad as it actually may be, I've come to believe that I'm actually happy that so many factors are coming together at the same time. During the financial crisis, banks were too big to fail and people were too small to matter. During the COVID crisis, we spent $17 trillion in the developed markets alone to save lives and livelihoods. But less than 20% of all that spending went to creating a green investment transition that we're all looking for. Merely applying bandages to these issues is missing the bigger picture. It is the role of leaders, I've always said, to work on the forest, not in the forest. I believe this time is frankly different, and your recommendations echo that. We have a unique opportunity to now transition our economies to a greener, more inclusive, more sustainable one, away from what we now know is a destructive, brown economy of the past. Your recommendations are ambitious. It will not be easy, but it is doable. In fact, we don't have a choice, and we're increasingly reminded of that. Our biggest challenges are undoubtedly climate change, biodiversity destruction, and inequality, all heading in the wrong direction. On a business-as-usual scenario, doing all the things that we've agreed now, we're heading for 2.9-degree warming. A planet literally on fire already, as you've seen here in Brazil and in many other places. We've lost over 70% of our species over the last 5 decades, destroyed half the world's forests. This is not a battle for the survival of the planet. This is a battle for the survival of ourselves. In fact, we've overshot 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries. And the World Economic Forum Risk Report talks about extreme weather events, critical changes in the world's Earth systems, and biodiversity loss as some of the biggest risks we're facing. Climate scientists are warning that we're entering what is called negative feedback loops, as our Earth systems themselves simply can't cope anymore with the damage that we inflict on it. Hubert Reeves, a philosopher from Canada, said it very well when he said, "Man is the most incredible species. He worships an invisible God and destroys a visible nature, not realizing that the visible nature he destroys is the invisible God he worships in the first place." And costs are piling up as Mother Nature sends her invoices. Increasingly so, floods, droughts, hurricanes, and more, costing trillions of dollars to our global economies. In fact, you take Latin America alone, 1,350 natural disasters since the year 2000, affected as a result of climate change. 170 million people affected, many losing their lives, and hundreds of billions of dollars of damages. And the numbers are going up. Never has change been so fast, and we struggle with that. Our brains, that is. We can't really handle that. The world, frankly, is not designed for 8 billion people going to 10. We have discovered that we can't have infinite growth on a finite planet. And anything you can't do forever is by definition unsustainable. Whilst there are huge threats, I also believe firmly that this is the biggest business opportunity that we will ever get in our lifetimes. Exactly because we've waited so long, the cost of inaction is now far greater than the cost of action. In fact, just to give you a little example, we're spending currently 10 to 12% of our global GDP on conflict preventions and wars. Goal number 16 of the Sustainable Development Goals. The sad part is these costs are actually going up. 10 to 12% of global GDP. That's 2 to 3 times more than what we need to spend to implement all the Sustainable Development Goals and avoid the issues in the first place. And then we have the audacity to call ourselves the most intelligent species. Staying on a business-as-usual trajectory will cost the global economy $178 trillion by 2070. If we would rise to the challenge and stay around the 1.5 degrees, by all means possible, by the way, we would actually create an economic benefit of $43 trillion. The cost of inaction right now is higher than the cost of action. Despite this uncertain macroeconomic environment I talked about, 91% of executives of companies view this transition as a major opportunity. 74% actually reports increased investments to get to this net zero transition. Increased investments done over the last 3 years. And it's not surprising to me that companies that lead this transition are increasingly getting rewarded for it. In fact, they're 50% more likely to outperform their peer companies in profitability and also 50% more likely to attract the talent they need to succeed long term. Likewise, countries that are moving are seeing the benefits. We have 7 countries in the world that are already fully decarbonized, 47 countries that are ahead of the Paris Agreement, and they're doing well economically. Thank you very much. Few countries are better placed in this transition than Brazil. I'd add another country, Indonesia, to that list. An abundance of natural capital, green energy, transition minerals, use dividend, and many more, to name a few. In fact, your own industry plans that you produce yourself show that if you move to this new economy, an investment of $35 to $75 billion will unlock $100 to $150 billion in value add to your economy by 2030. Who wouldn't go for that? Who wouldn't go for that? Now, the good thing is we are moving. New technologies, increased regulations and policies, as well as clear signals from the marketplace are falling into place. As we discussed yesterday, of course, we need to strengthen the policy enabling environment. That's critical. We need to have consistency in implementation and clarity of direction from our politicians. Putting a price on these negative externalities, like a price on carbon, is also absolutely key. 25% of the world is doing it already. Time for Brazil to look at this. The good news, frankly, is that we are moving. Last year alone, we spent $1.8 trillion on the green economy, investments behind green energy, you know. We're starting to see tipping points in solar, in wind, in electric vehicles, in batteries, and the list goes on. Renewables now account for 30% of global electricity demand. Green energy is now cheaper than fossil in 80% of the countries worldwide. With costs expected to decrease by a further factor of 5 or 10 in the coming decade, this transformation can only accelerate. However, whilst we overestimate the time that we have, we underestimate the speed of the cost decreases that we're seeing with these technologies. The reality of all of this is, frankly, that we're not doing enough. We're still creating the issues at a faster pace than we're applying the solutions. An exponential challenge requires exponential solutions, not a linear one. Green investments alone need to increase by a factor 3. Productivity or efficiency needs to double. And more money needs to go into the developing markets where all the future growth is. Currently, of the $1.8 trillion spending in green investments, only 7% is actually going to the developing markets where, as a small detail, 70% of the world happens to live. Whilst not easy, short-termism, perverse government subsidies, increasing pushback from the vested order, I believe they can all be overcome if we truly saw this sense of urgency. For most challenges, frankly, we have the technology today. We certainly have the money. We have more money in this world than we know what to deal with. It's only unevenly distributed. We have the technology to address about 80% of these world's challenges, and the capital, frankly, to solve 100% of it. What we don't have is the luxury of time. Exponential problems, as I said, need exponential solutions. But this requires, above all, a mindset change. And it starts with all of us. Simply, I would call it moving from the corporate social responsibility sphere that we're in, CSR, to what I call RSC, becoming truly responsible social corporations. First, we need to realize that we all are living well beyond the planetary boundaries. World Overshoot Day this year was August the 1st. That's the day that we use up more resources than the world can replenish. I would argue that every day after that, we're literally stealing from future generations. I don't want to be part of that. I don't know where you want to be. Despite this clear need, our collective efforts and best intentions, we remain well behind schedule on the key global goals and the critical issues. Our current systems perpetuate more harm than good. We know it's not enough to simply slow down the damage. We need to fundamentally change the way we operate, where we focus financial flows or how we run economies in a way that we create positive effects, not negative effects. Most companies now, 95% of them, issue CSR reports. They're moving if you read them. You might get tears in your eyes. They talk about less plastics in the oceans, less carbon in the atmosphere, less deforestation in your value chain. But when you have overshot these planetary boundaries to such an extent, when you're starting to see these negative feedback loops, when you're discovering that the cost of not acting is significantly higher than the cost of acting, it simply doesn't make sense anymore to be less bad. Less bad is still bad. I used to kill 10 people. I was a wonderful, great murderer. Now I only kill 5 people. Am I a better murderer? It doesn't work anymore. But that's exactly what we're still doing. So we need to move to becoming responsible social corporations. A truly responsible social corporation thinks regenerative, thinks restorative, thinks reparative. Frankly, not different from how nature itself operates. We call that becoming a truly net positive company, prospering by giving more than you take. It starts and ends by ourselves. Rumi, who was a poet of the 13th century in Iran, said it very well when he said, "Yesterday I was clever. I tried to change the world. Today I am wise. I'm changing myself." We should ask ourselves 2 very simple questions. How can I profit from solving the world's problems, not creating them? And a follow-up question, is the world truly better off because my company is in it, yes or no? And I have to say, I ask these questions to many CEOs around, and few can answer both of them in the affirmative. Net positive companies take responsibility for their total impact in the world, intended or not. The time that you could outsource your value chain and also outsource your responsibilities are over with. Net positive companies operate for the longer term and optimize return for all stakeholders, including Mother Earth and future generations. They form partnerships, as most of the issues are simply too big now to handle for anyone alone. And they engage in positive advocacy with governments to change this broader environment. Not the negative lobbying, positive advocacy, quite different. Just like you're now doing with your B20 recommendations. It's simply not enough for business to wait for governments to put regulations in place and then stay within compliance. Business must drive with government the highest standards, must work with governments to push for greater ambitions, and yes, work together to get the financing moving. John Muir said it very well when he said, if our challenges are intertwined, it also follows that our responses must be collective. Neither government nor business can fix this planet alone. The private sector, civil society, governments must collaborate to succeed. Now, many people say that this is a crisis of climate change, of inequality, of food insecurity. I tend to disagree. I think they're merely symptoms. I believe the real crisis is one of greed, of power, of selfishness, of apathy. We can change that individually and collectively. The B20, I believe, can act as a critical tipping point. The private sector's collective power, when harnessed, can move faster than regulation alone can ever do. When the B20 moves, the world moves. Your collective influence extends across industries, reshaping not only your own businesses, but also the global market dynamics. When businesses come together, locally and globally, they create real economic opportunity and drive real systems change. Ultimately, though, we need to solve these problems, and we need to see these problems and solve these problems with regenerative policies. But that requires regenerative leadership from all of us. It starts with the word courage, courageous leadership. It comes from the Greek word kor, speak with the mouth what comes from the heart. Anything that goes in the brain goes straight out, in my opinion. Anything that goes through the heart stays there. We simply need to bring humanity back to business, and that takes courage. It takes courage to take responsibility of your total impact, to set targets in line with what science tells you, to work together with others and sometimes deal with the inconvenient truths. It takes courage to work with governments. It's not easy these days to move these things forward. But blaming or running away or denial is simply not the answer. In fact, all too often, our silence makes us complicit to the crimes that are being committed. Ladies and gentlemen, I applaud you for your contributions, especially if we collectively put them into practice. I also applaud you for driving a longer-term horizon in your recommendations with your threefold legacy program. I do believe that Brazil and we together have a unique opportunity. With the COP16, I'm leaving tomorrow for Cali in Colombia on biodiversity, and the important COP30 that you've agreed to host next year here in Brazil. Don't let perfection become the enemy of progress. Don't become a victim, like so many, of inaction, limitations, or ignorance. Don't fall foul of hiding behind others or playing the blame game. Don't let the tougher 20% that we still have to deal with hold you back on achieving the other 80%. Don't let vested order push you back, or let the loudest voices get the majority of the voices. Don't let perfection once more become the enemy, and don't let short-term goals get in the way. The future of humanity is at stake. This is indeed not why we got the jobs as CEOs that we are doing. I believe you're here for something bigger and bolder and more purposeful than just making money for your companies, yourself, or your shareholders. It is no longer a question of why should we do this, but a question of how can we justify not to do this, especially when the lives of hundreds of millions of people are at stake. Remember, impossible is just a mindset. You've emphasized in the B20 the importance of moving beyond short-termism and moving towards collaborative leadership, not competitive leadership, especially on the issues that the future of humanity is at stake. It is everybody's, every person's, every business's responsibility to work on this metamorphosis of society. Now it is time to come together. And as you hand over to the wonderful next host of the B20, South Africa, it is more than timely to end with a quote from another great African leader, who is Wangari Maathai, a great leader from Kenya, who won a Nobel Prize, and who said very well when she said that in the course of history, there comes a time when humanity is called upon to shift to a new level of consciousness, what she called a higher moral ground. I cannot think of a better time than now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul, for your very inspiring words. The B20 Brasil is the forum that brings together private sector representatives engaged in developing recommendations that guide G20 countries towards a sustainable future. To present those recommendations, we call to the stage the leaders of the B20 Brasil Task Forces and Action Council. The CEO of Tupi, Fernando de Riso. The CEO and President of Embraer, Francisco Neto. The CEO of JBS, Gilberto Tomazoni. The founder of EB Capital, Luciana Ribeiro. The Vice President of Amazon Web Services, Paula Belizia. The CEO of Raizen, Ricardo Mussa. Board member at Suzano, Walter Schalka. And the Chief Compliance Officer at BRF, Reinaldo Goto. And to moderate this panel, we invite the Chair of B20 Brasil, Dan Iospi. Dan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to present this panel. These guys are the stars of the party, and they have been working since the end of last year in bringing up the recommendations to the G20 that I believe most of you are familiar and even worked on them through the task forces that we structured. So let's get started. And I would like to talk about the B20's mission. Has already been clear from all the presentations that we saw, to provide actionable recommendations that address the world's most pressing economic and social challenges. Our work this year has been grounded in the theme of inclusive growth for a sustainable future. We have focused on 5 key principles that I had a chance to share with you yesterday: promoting inclusive growth, accelerating the net zero transition, boosting productivity through innovation, enhancing the resilience of global value chains, and fostering human capital developments. The work carried out by each task force and the Action Council is not just about addressing immediate issues, but about laying the foundation for long-term sustainable change. We will hear from each of the chairs today about their recommendations, about how their recommendations are designed to tackle critical issues such as employment and education, digital transformation, the energy transition and how to finance it, food security, the need for stronger compliance and governance framework, and how to make our societies and economies more diverse and inclusive. These highlights will not only reflect the hard work and dedication put into this year's B20 cycle, but also highlight how we can drive meaningful progress as we move towards the upcoming G20 Summit and beyond. I look forward to an insightful discussion today as each chair presents their unique perspective and the specific recommendations from their task force. Let's begin by hearing from each of our panelists. So I will start here with our Trade and Investment Task Force. Francisco Gomes Neto, please.
Hello? Okay. Thank you, Dan. So I'm very happy to be here in this conclusion session of our exciting B20 journey with my colleagues of the other task force. It was, to me, it was an honor to be the chair of the Trade and Investment Task Force. And I was lucky. I had a very engaged group in my task force, and I want to start by thanking all that participate in our task force. So I counted with 9 co-chairs, all senior leaders of their countries. Also, I had a great support of a Brazilian team from Embraer, from BCG, and CNI as well. In addition, we had the contribution of more than 180 members from more than 30 countries, representing 16 different business sectors. Also, we defined, to guide our work, 4 principles. Alignment with the previous B20, in alignment with the Brazilian G20 priorities. Second, pragmatism. Third, simplicity and metrics, with clear goals about the current situation and the future goals. And we concluded the work earlier than we expected, still in May. So as a result, we could start the advocacy process with the government already in the first semester to engage them in our recommendations. So our task force produced a policy paper with 3 main recommendations. And for each of them, we suggested 2 policy actions to be implemented. The first recommendation is to improve the global governance of trade and investment. And the 2 actions that we recommended the G20 to implement this recommendation is, first, to restore the work of the World Trade Organization, including the creation of a B20 advisory board to the organization. And second, to advance negotiation to new multilateral trade agreements. The second recommendation is to promote a more sustainable and resilient global trade. We recognize that trade and sustainability are not in conflict. On the opposite, trade for us is key to accelerate the transition to greener economies. Also, trade can facilitate the access to more sustainable services and products. So as the actions we recommended the G20 is to establish common methodologies to calculate or to measure the product carbon footprints, and also to adopt a more sustainable regulation for sustainability. We also recommend the G20 to review restrictive trade policies implemented by their government in the past 3 years. So the last recommendation is to enhance efficiency of trade. And here we have also 2 actions that we suggest to the G20. One is to digitalize and harmonize custom procedures. And the second, to increase access to trade, finance, and export financing. So we do believe that by implementing these recommendations, the G20 countries can balance between improving the global trade and investment and promoting more sustainable and resilient supply chains. So we also hope that our recommendation can inspire the G20 to adopt and implement them in order to strengthen a trade and investment globally. So this was the contribution of our Trade and Investment Task Force. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. I would invite now Walter Schalke, that led the Employment and Education Task Force. Please, Walter.
Thank you, Dan, for the opportunity. I would like to start express my gratitude to the co-chairs who actively participate and to the 130 members who joined the group with a very good collaboration, valuable collaborations. As well, I'd like to thank you very much Luis Bueno, my deputy chair, and Leonardo Mercanti for their dedication and support. Accenture, that was a knowledge partner that helped us a lot, through Olivia for support in conducting the task force. To CNI, through Christina for her participation and leadership, and Coti and Miguel for their impeccable organization throughout the entire process. Thank you very much. And to you, Dan, thank you very much for the invitation. I express how important it was to me to learn about that and to participate on this incredible process. Your trust and support were fundamental on this process. I think it's very clear that everything on employment and education is based on sustainable growth. And here I'm going to make a call to sustainable growth, meaning to understand all the stakeholders in the process. And I would like to make a call to the business leaders. Paul Pullman here a few minutes ago told us about how important is our presence. We cannot go for third parties. We cannot go just for policymakers. It's our responsibility to change the society. And we have to understand that create value, it's part of the process. Sharing value with all stakeholders, it's our responsibilities. It's a balanced situation that we need to create on the society. And when we started discussions, we saw and realized that problems are mounting in the world. We are increasing inequalities in the world. We are facing problems with climate crisis. We have geopolitical tensions with nearshoring. We have the polarization that is growing worldwide. We are increasing the issue of the implication of Gen AI on different business. And all of this will create implications on education and employment for the future. And we have to understand that our responsibility is not to prepare the kids for the economy of 20 years ago. We need to prepare the kids for the economy, the kids that are entering the school with 7 years old, to the economy of future economy that is going to happen in 15 or 20 years from now. That we need to change the education systems worldwide. And we have a huge dispersion among the countries of G20 in terms of economic development, in terms of cultural issues, and we need to understand that we need to have this kind of approach. I think these global challenges that we are facing on employment and education is just like the climate crisis that we are living right now. We know the risk, we know the urgency, we know how alarming is the point. We are going on a higher speed to the edge. There is a major risk for the humanity, but we are not taking the necessary actions to revert the situation. We need to understand that it's our responsibility, and we are bringing some ideas and some recommendations that I'm going to share with you, that how policymakers need to understand that the labor framework is completely changing with the new economy that we are facing right now. How we are going to adapt the labor framework for that. How to understand the implications on the social security from what we are doing right now for the future. We need to do it right now. Major changes, major reforms in the global arena for this new scenario that we are facing right now. And we need to prioritize the agenda. I think it's very clear, and we know that AI, Gen AI, and digitalization could become a self-fulfilling prophecy that is going to change the labor for the future. But we need to work right now on that. And one of the recommendations that we are doing is to increase digital education for kids and adults. We need to do it right now, preparing them for the near future, preparing the upskilling and reskilling of the economy that we need to do it. It's very clear that in Brazil we have facing another problem. There is basic education versus university. A lot of people had a dream to enter in the university thinking that they can change their lives and their family lives through university. But unfortunately, what we are facing right now is the quality of, average quality of university is going down at this point of time, and basic education is far away from what we need. One of our recommendations is related with basic educations as well. Another issue that is quite important is diversity that we need to improve in the societies as a whole. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is a critical issue for the future. And I'd like to highlight the very important issue, and this is cross with other sectors of their task forces as well, is how we bring women on a more relevant presence in the business arena. They represent 50% of the total global population. They need to represent 50% of the leadership as well in the companies. And we need to go further on this direction as soon as possible. With this in mind, and through the deliberation of the group, I would like to arrive some public policy suggestions, and I'm bringing some of them here. The first is for financial incentives for individuals and companies to promote reskilling, upskilling, and work-integrated learning programs. The second, to adapt regulatory labor frameworks to recognize alternative and future forms of work and the impact of technological changes for traditional jobs. The third, to create digital infrastructure and collaborative research initiatives involving higher education instructions and companies to foster innovations. And for the legacy of Brazil, there I think important to mention that Dan is very focused on the Brazilian legacy as well, and how we would like to suggest fundamental levers for a better society. First, and this goes for the policymakers and business leaders, we need to have child care affordable since newborn. This is critical for women. We need to do it right now. Second, to improve better education through just two major things, two major levers. First, full-time schools since the beginning, and digital since early days. Dan instructed us that we need to bring solutions to the problems, but go for the actionable access for different issues that we need to implement. I would like to reinforce the point that we need to go for go-to-action mode now. Thank you very much.
Now we go for Luciana Ribeiro for Finance and Infrastructure. Please, Luciana.
Thank you very much. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I cannot begin without expressing my gratitude for Dan Yoshpi, not only for the invitation, but above all for all the guidance throughout the process. Thank you very much, Dan. I also want to thank CNI team, especially Coach and Miguel, for the amazing work. It was a great pleasure to work with you. I also want to thank my amazing co-chairs and deputy chairs. It has been a very interesting journey, one of many debates, concessions, understandings of how we can progress. You all had a sense of mission and did all the sacrifice so that we could reach this outstanding work. Let me also thank our knowledge partner, Deloitte, for all the hard work and for never giving up. Last but definitely not least, let me thank all the participants of the task force. We received almost 400 comments from all of you. I was impressed with the degree of depth in our conversations. Thank you for being part of it. As Paul mentioned many times here just a couple of minutes ago, I'm always also a big believer of the power of collective wisdom and collective action. Our policy recommendations are a direct reflection of this collective power. Even though we are living in troubled times, I feel more confident after our work and the fact that we were able to reach consensus in very relevant matters. I'd like to start by highlighting the scale of our challenges. The world needs more or less $150 trillion in the next 3 decades so that we can transition to a greener and more sustainable economy. Of that amount, we know that more or less 80% will come from private capital. That's a crucial role for the private sector to play. But we must shift our thinking. Climate investment should no longer be viewed as a cost or a burden. Instead, it represents, as Paul also mentioned, an unprecedented opportunity for economic growth and shared prosperity. This is the mindset we must adopt to accelerate the pace of investment in sustainable solutions. Our first recommendation focuses exactly on that, on mobilizing public and private capital into scalable low-carbon solutions. Currently, every dollar of public investment mobilizes around $0.6 to $1.2 of private capital. It's nothing. Our target is to shift this to a 1 to 5 ratio. That means for each $5 of private capital, every time we invest $1 of public investment. To achieve this, we recommend a critical review of the roles played by public sector development finance, including MDBs, DFIs, and ODA. Going from the current originate and hold model to an originate and distribute approach. This will allow the private sector to enter projects earlier, de-risking investment and scale financial commitments. Additionally, we propose allocating $75 billion in concessional capital, which through risk mitigation could unlock $225 billion in private investment annually by 2030. Our second recommendation addresses the global infrastructure gap, which is estimated to reach $15 trillion of investment need per year by 2040. Without addressing this, we risk falling short of the infrastructure necessary for a net zero future. To expedite the development of infrastructure that supports the net zero transition, we propose more integrated permitting systems that allow projects to secure all necessary permits through a streamlined reviews and maximum timelines. specialized office to develop and provide technical assistance to developers and foster international collaboration. By simplifying and accelerating the permitting process, we can significantly increase the pipeline of approved fundable projects, making them more attractive to private investors. The third recommendation highlights the critical role for micro, small, and medium enterprises, which account for 90% of businesses and more than 50% of employment worldwide. Despite their economic importance, small and medium businesses often face barriers in accessing finance and participating in global value chains, particularly in the context of the green transition. In our proposal to address this phenomenon, it is vital to find ways to support these informal activities, while also creating opportunities for them to move towards formality, ensuring a balance between security and flexibility. Global value chains ecosystems can be a powerful tool to help informal economies emerge and formalize by providing access to markets, knowledge transfer, encouraging collaboration, and promoting more formal and sustainable practice. This support will help ensure that the transition to a sustainable economy is inclusive, allowing micro and small business to thrive and contribute to broader economic growth. These three recommendations are interconnected and built with a singular focus to accelerate the flow of capital into essential projects for the global transition, ensuring that both large and small actors are equipped to participate in this transformation. The future of our economy and our planet depends on this transition being fast, inclusive, and financially sustainable. Now is the time to seize this opportunity, deliver results, and create lasting change. This week, we are also pleased to join a publication at B20, Business at OCDE, and IOE. The paper joins the dots across the B20 recommendations. It highlights the need of a common framework to create conducive environments for transformative investments. It does by proposing straightforward yet impactful use cases, pulling together the relevant B20 policy actions across all task forces, aiming at collectively achieving sustainable objectives and foster long-term economic growth. In closing, the success of this agenda depends on our collective ability to implement these recommendations. The scale of the opportunity before us is immense, and the decisions we make today will shape the future of generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luciana. And we'll now invite Reinaldo Goto to talk about Integrity and Compliance Task Force. Please, Reinaldo.
So good morning, good afternoon, and good night to all of you here in São Paulo and watching us on YouTube. Yeah, thank you very much, Dan, for the opportunity and also for all the support. Yeah, for those who doesn't know, Integrity and Compliance Task Force was established in 2017 with a Brazilian co-chair, Mr. André from BAS. Last year we didn't have this task force, but thanks to your support, we reestablished it. And we can say that the Integrity Compliance Task Force was extremely successful this year, thanks to the other organization, but also the openness from the G20 also. Yeah. For those who doesn't realize, yesterday the G20 released their ministerial declaration with a clear commitment to fight against green corruption. That's one of our action plans. That shows our alignment with the G20. Although green corruption could sound like a new buzzword, yeah, it's quite simple to understand when you use some indicators, as I learned yesterday from Walter Scholka, that 97% of the forest in the Amazon are illegal deforesting. We have around 4,000 illegal mining points in Amazonas. Without mention also the risks that the green transition also could bring greenwashing. Yeah? These complex problems request also complex solution. Yeah? Paul mentioned courage to change it, but I would also another word with C, that's collective action. And for that, I have a special thanks to the Basel Institute on Governance, who established also one of these legacy projects promoting a hub for the collective actions against corruption, with the support also from United Nations Global Compact, who is here represented by Anna and also Chantal, and also with the support of the World Bank here represented by Lisa Miller. So thank you very much for that. Yeah. Yesterday also the G20 released their high-level principles, recognized the importance of positive incentives to fight against corruption. The compliance agenda is usually known as an agenda of sanction, but as very well mentioned in our policy papers, yeah, good governance also builds trust and allow sustainable growth. Yeah. It attracts investment, and it is the responsibility of the leaders of the business. It's not a matter of fact of activity from the legal department or the compliance department. And for that, I also would mention that I was personally very well impressed with the engagement of the leaders from different delegations, as Mr. Abdul Rahman here from Saudi Arabia, who showed full commitment on that, and also Mr. Xu from the China delegation, that also shows that the leaders are in charge of this agenda. I would like to thank you very much the structure of this recommendation. Thanks to the support from business at OECD, here represented by Nicola and Max, from IFEC, here represented by Scott, World Economic Forum, IBGC, ICC, that was really very important network partner for us. And we are also very successful because for the very first time in the history of B20, we put focus on mental health. Yeah? All the whistleblowers channel was initially designed to track the allegations regarding corruption. Yeah, now faces 70 to 80% of their allegations related to harassment. Moral harassment or sexual harassment, that's even worse, affects the less problematic issue in the companies. Fair and safe workplace is a responsibility for all leaders. Yeah. And it's very important that we track the new recommendation, and we put a focus in this new challenge that is ahead. For those who doesn't realize, I'm not the chair for this task force. Yeah, I volunteered to be in this task force under the condition that I will have a woman in the leadership for that. Yeah, that's Claudia Center, that unfortunately is not here. But I would like to put a special thanks also for the female leaderships. We have two out of three leaders from the task force are women. So thank you very much, Claudia, for the support. Fabiana Lessner from Embraer, our deputy chair. Maria Timbal from Argentina, he's also our co-chair, that's also here, and Farsan, and that's also from Saudi Arabia. And I also need to show my gratitude to the W20. Here was represented by Anna, without mention, of course, the strong leadership from B20, led by Kochi and also Sabrina. Yeah. I'm only here because I have the support of the woman. Yeah. So I think that it's our duty as also men to support the woman to be in the right place. To hand over this task force to South Africa, I would like to use the words for a very famous leader from South Africa, Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela said that the first thing is to be honest with yourself. Nelson Mandela said that you can never have an impact on society if you have not changed yourself. Great pacemakers are all people of integrity. Great pacemakers are people of honesty, but humility. It was a great honor to represent BRF in this task force, and it was an enormous honor to serve my country in this B20. Thank you very much, Dan.
Now we're going to shift to energy transition and climate. So I would like to invite Ricardo Mussa to lead us here, please.
Thank you, Dan. And first of all, thank you for the guidance, for the invitation. It has been a real pleasure to have nothing. Looking back into my career, this is one of the highlights of being the chair of this group. Go back to my home, to my two daughters, always telling that her dad is trying to help the globe. And as David Pullman said here, it comes from the heart. not only from this. Great thanks to all the co-chairs that helped me. I was the co-chair of the past 2 B20, so I had some experience on dealing with that, and I know how hard it is to take time of your daily job to help. So thank you for all the co-chairs. Thank you for McKinsey that helped as being the advisor. Great material that they brought. Everything that we did on these B20 was based on data. Also, thank you for Miguel, who helped me from CNI to drive this forward. I think it was different from the previous B20, something that the guidance that we received was trying to be more pragmatic and focus on shorter recommendations, more specific, and that really was hard. It was having a group of people from Saudi Arabia, from India, from France, from US, it was very hard to get common sense to do all that. But in the end, our recommendations was pretty powerful because we did something that is really delivering and bringing actions for the short term. And energy transition and climate change, we require action from the short term. I don't remember in my life having a challenge for humanity as climate change right now. It doesn't matter if, I always say that, it doesn't matter if Norway is electrifying everything. If only one country do one thing, it will not help. It requires a global agenda to help. So our first recommendation was really triple renewable energy by 2030. We're not talking about 2050, we're talking about short term to triple renewable energy for 2030. We also have in this topic to use more what we call biofuels to really drive the transition, because those things that are already available that we can do to really speed up the energy transition. The second recommendation that we had was improve efficiency. If you look into how much we today need to improve efficiency, it was not there in the past, but really invest on efficiency is very important. People talk about only increasing renewable fuels, but efficiency is a pretty important topic for this one. Also, connected to Luciana's point here, to drive this efficiency, we need carbon markets. We need markets to address and pay premiums when you have more efficient energy being produced worldwide. So there was a huge connection with the other task force. And third, I think was the most challenging for us, something new, it's called nature-based solutions. That was very difficult to have agreement from different countries. How are the metrics behind that? How can we pay for forests to be protected? It was not easy, but we put in our agenda nature-based solutions. How can we not only look into producing more, but also protecting what we already have? So when you look, and I recommend you to look into all those policies, all those actions that are put in place, I think it's a great tool for the G20 to work. I'm very proud of being part of that, Dan. Thank you very much for all the support, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Musa. And now we move to the digital transformation chapter. Fernando de Riso, please.
Okay, thank you. So, good morning, all. I want to give a bit of a context on this subject. So, in comparison to other subjects, digital transformation is a new topic. So, although it is older, during the last decade, it began to be discussed more broadly. So recently, we have had remarkable progress in digital technologies, which has been extremely beneficial to society. But we are still not there yet. While global e-commerce moves $5.7 trillion, we still have 2.6 billion people offline, or a third of the global population, excluded from the privileges of digital. That means less education, inefficient payment methods, no access to critical information, inability and complexity to run a business. There's a lot of human potential to be unleashed using digital transformation. So since the beginning of the work of our task force, we have worked with the same objective agreed by the group: to generate recommendations that make digital transformation a catalyst for inclusive, sustainable, and ethical progress, raising the general well-being of populations. In the task force, we had a very qualified group of 175 leaders, 23 nationalities, 13 sectors of the economy, with very different perspectives. The task force was not exclusive for the technology sector, because after all, digital transformation will have an impact on all business and society as a whole. We conduct a survey with several trends related to digital transformation. And considering the guidelines of the B20, we let the participants define, among these trends, 3 main priorities for the group. We work to develop policy actions that would address the selected priorities. So our first recommendation is about digital inclusion and connectivity for individuals and small and medium enterprises. This is the basis of this discussion, as 33% of the global population remains offline. It may be due to infrastructure gaps, financial inability to acquire equipment and connection, and also lack of knowledge to work with digital tools. If we do not include these people and these businesses, the inequalities will amplify. So addressing digital inclusion by accelerating infrastructure expansion and use, reducing digital skills gap, and promoting the digital transformation of micro and small enterprises is the foundation for a meaningful digital transformation that reaches everyone. Our second recommendation is about cybersecurity and the flow of data between countries with trust. We will only be able to exploit the full potential of technologies if we are able to create a safe environment. In 2022, it took 277 days on average to identify and contain a data leak. We are talking about crimes that do not respect borders and require international cooperation. Today, the average cost of a leak is about $4.5 million. Finally, our third recommendation is about artificial intelligence. We are fostering a responsible and pro-innovation approach, since AI has the potential to bring efficiency and scale gains, reduce bottlenecks. In healthcare, AI is accelerating diagnostics and drug discoveries. In education, it's enhancing personalized online learning. And although it consumes a fair amount of energy, it will help us optimize resource allocation and help us reduce waste. Eventually, it will improve people's lives. So in the construction of our recommendations, we talk about connectivity, inclusion, protection, and trust before talking about AI. It was on purpose. These are fundamental elements for the deployment of any technology, and it is the foundation to balance the potential of digital transformation with its risks. Whether it's addressing universal connectivity, harmonizing standards for cybersecurity, or strengthening international collaboration on responsible AI development and deployment, our report demonstrates that we have the tools and the collective will to succeed. It provides a clear path forward on how to build trust in our technologies and our institutions to ensure progress is equally shared. In September, we had the opportunity to share our vision with the G20 Digital Economy Working Group, and we were pleased to see that our recommendations were included in the final declaration of the working group. I also need to mention, as an important legacy, that yesterday we launched a digital platform with best practices and useful cases on the application of artificial intelligence, which are aligned with the recommendations of our task force. This legacy will be officially presented here in the plenary during this afternoon, and we count on everyone's participation. So, this will be a very important legacy of the B20 Brasil, which will continue to be nurtured during the chapter of South Africa. So I just want to thank everyone the outstanding work and engagement performed by our knowledge partner, Bain & Company, and the team of co-chairs, members of our task force, and the CNI team. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Fernando. Now we move to sustainable food systems and agriculture. I'd like to invite Gilberto Tomazoni, please.
Good morning. I want to thank you, Dan, for the invitation, and Constanza and Franciele for the support, my deputy chair, Marcela, and Jason, and all the co-chair. Daniela for Bain was a great work together. We have 139 people part of our discussion, 22 countries and 14 sectors. You can imagine to get consensus on food system and agriculture. But I'm very happy that food system is back to the agenda for G20, B20, because after Argentina, I think it's 6 years, we are not discussing food system and agriculture. And I think it is, and if you note, we are almost the end here the presentation. It's because the people not consider food system and agriculture is really important. I'm joking. But let me see why food system should be the first. I give you some numbers to beginning. The global food system is a great achievement of the humanity. Look, it's employ 1/3 of the global population, accounts 10% of GDP, and feeds 8 billion people. This was possible because between 1960 and 1910, we have increased the productivity by 150%. And we just area by 12%. This accelerate growth has brought 3 interconnected challenges. First, 25% to 30% depends on the calculation. Greenhouse gas is responsible for the greenhouse gas emissions. The other important challenge was 65%. I say 65% of the adults in poverty works in agriculture. And 22 billion people face food insecurity, moderate or severe. The good news, if we transform food system, we can make an enormous contribution to addressing the 3 main humanities challenge: end hunger and malnutrition, combat climate change, reducing the poverty, and promoting economic development. This process to transform is a huge opportunity to accelerate the growth for all of the countries. But the question is how to transform. In our group in B20, the Sustainable Agriculture Food System Task Force, we propose to transform the systems supported by 3 pillars. The first pillar is promote productivity, grow through development and scaling of advancing sustainable a resilient technology. Then we divide in four this pillar and four sub-pillars. First, apply regenerative agriculture. Second, biotechnologies. Third, digital technologies. And all of that with agronomical-technical assistance to the producers. Without that, we cannot do this. The second pillar is build innovative, breakthrough out financial and collaborative models for support the farmers to do the transition. Without money, we cannot make the transition. You need to make the transition to a resilient and sustainable food system. In this, when I'm talking about financial model, payment for environment service via carbon credit is essential. The third pillar is threaten the multilateral agricultural trade system. Francisco just present here, we have just had one of contribution because we follow all of the suggestion. The rules should be based on science and environment performance. And I agree with the WTO is its core. But I want to add what you said, Francisco, that promote should be used, trade, to promote adoption of sustainable practices and food security. Despite the different starting points, because we have different starting points, each one country, you can imagine the difference between one country to other. Despite of these different starting points, the levers to unlock the transformation of the system is similar. It will depend the intensity and the combination among the three pillars that we are mentioning. To finalize, the food system is essential to consider the specific challenge by countries and by regions. It's a collective, global challenge. It's not one country. And no one should be left behind of this transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Gilberto. And now we move to our Action Council on Women, Diversity and Inclusion in Business, led by Paula Belizia. Please, Paula.
Good morning, good afternoon to everyone. Let me start by saying that it's an innovation that for B20 under the leadership of Brazil, we have women, diversity and inclusion in business as a special task force, as an action council to treat this topic with such a sense of urgency as all the other topics that you had the chance to be presented today. So this is an innovation that we invite South Africa as the next leader of the B20 and the G20 to continue, because as you saw, we have so much intersectionality in all our 8 task forces, and diversity and inclusion is one of them, as well as artificial intelligence, as well as the transition in energy and climate. So I think we started well in terms of this innovation, and this is an invitation for a continued progress. So let me start also by, thanking my colleagues here, because, the transversal or the intersectionality of the conversations happened, and we were able to tackle common topics that will help us advance on the suggestions to the G20. Our group, our Action Council, was supported by McKinsey, which I want to recognize and thank, and also CNI, which was an amazing support. The Secretariat was enabling our work to be able to happen. 10 months of intense discussions, 200 people, mostly women yet, which I invite all the men to continue to participate in that topic for the next B20s. but 200 mostly women participating and very active and engaged discussions. We ended up presenting three pillars, very actionable. We wanted that to be actionable and not public policies that will be on a drawer moving forward. But we want that to be considered, put it in action as much as possible. So 3 pillars. The first pillar addresses still the issue of representation. We are not where we should be, although women are in power. Today we see many women leading very diverse industries across the industries in many countries. So the time has changed and the time has come, but we are not yet with the representation that we need. So representation is the first pillar that we have been working on the proposal, and we want to invite the G20 countries to map, to have clear transparency data around where they are in terms of their women participating in the labor market. The second, this is a specific policy action. The second policy action under this representation topic is about acting on structural problems that still exist, that they are not allowing women to participate more effectively in the marketplace, in the labor force. What do we refer to? We still have the care economy impacting more women than men. We still have the infrastructures in terms of public services not allowing women to get to the right education, to the right proper conditions to get to the market. So this is the first pillar on representation. The second pillar is around the labor market itself. It's about how the private sector is doing what we should be doing, actually, to make sure that women advance in their careers. Because women are participating on the labor force, but they are not necessarily yet represented at the leadership spheres of the companies. So there is an invitation towards incentives and not towards, it's all positive. Our incentives here is to really invite all companies to have the right programs, the right mentorship, the right incentives for women to be promoted. Then there is the second pillar of this recommendation, which is around entrepreneurship, right? We see that still investments and the way that the financial sector approves investment and credit for women are way behind. So we see that very low proportion of the investments are being granted to women. So this needs to change, and we propose there very effective and very actionable measures to change that towards partnerships, public and private partnerships, for example. The third pillar addresses actually the future, and that also has to do with the technology and Gen AI, and how women and all populations since the infants are being trained, as Walter Schala also mentioned in the employment education, are being trained and nobody is left behind. So the idea here is that everybody has literacy and access to digital education, and then also to infrastructural education. Women and girls are not today having the right access and the right opportunity, so we must act on the infrastructure and the structural problems out of our populations to make sure that women will succeed in the future. As Walter mentioned, we need to address those opportunities. I see that as an opportunity today with the views of the future, so that we are not having this conversation hopefully in 20 years from now. So with that, I just wanted to thank you again for the opportunity, invite everybody to engage and read our public policy, and also to be available for the public policy to be adapted as much as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paula. I know each of you had the chance to interact and your teams with the G20 ministers and authorities over this last many months, and you did convey your recommendations. And by the way, Minister Felipe has yesterday here mentioned to all of you that several or most of recommendations that you have formulated are becoming part of their G20 recommendation, which is very good news. But if you would have a chance, each of you, to stress your utmost relevant point by now before we end this session, and of course, any final comment that you would like to make, what it would be. And I would ask in the same sequence again, if Francisco, you could start.
Oh, thank you. Well, I think someone said before in one of the panels that the challenge is to really execute, to make things happen, right? So in our task force, we try to be very simple and very, very pragmatic. If I had to make one wish here, I would ask the G20 to adopt and implement, to establish common methodologies to calculate and to measure the product carbon footprint, and to adopt more harmonized regulations for sustainable product services and food security.
Thank you very much. Walter Schauka, Employment and Education, please.
I think every one of us have been inspired by teachers, right? This is critical for our development since the beginning. And our recommendation number one that I would like to reinforce to you, it's update national guidelines for teacher development and teaching standards to include digital literacy and sustainability skills with social justice and equitable opportunities for all. I think we need to focus on the future education, and to do it, we need to prepare our teachers for that. This is our main recommendation that we'd like to put in action in every single country.
On finance and infrastructure, Luciana Ribeiro, please.
Then I would love to stress that we need to change the narrative. We have to understand climate as investment, as opportunities. We had the Industrial Revolution that brought many large companies. We had the Digital Revolution that's still here, that brought very important companies to date. The next wave that we are facing is the climate one. So the big companies are going to be the ones that were able to transition to a low carbon emission platform. So let's change the narrative. Let's see this as an opportunity, and let's work together jointly to make it happen.
Thank you very much. On integrity and compliance, Reinaldo Goto, please.
I cannot lose the opportunity to make a joke with my competitor, Tomazoni, just to remember him that Ricardo, Walter, and myself, we are also from the agribusiness, and we are overrepresented here, showing that we have a modern and sustainable agriculture here in Brazil. I would like to use the word from Deloitte, thank you very much, Deloitte, for all the support and for the outstanding job that you have done. I would like to use 3 Ds to discuss with the G20. First of all, the D for dialogue. So it was outstanding openness, very open discussions with the G20, and Brazil showed that dialogue is still a possible way to solve problems. The second D for diversity, of course, dialogue with those that doesn't have the same mind as you is always important. So dialogue with diversity, and only with dialogue and diversity we can come back to the third D, that's dream. Dream with a better future, dream with a better world for the future generations. Thank you very much.
On energy transition and climate, Ricardo Mussa, please.
I think then it's Brazil in a very, I think the chance that we have that Brazil is leading the G20 and energy transition, Brazil is really a role model, from my point of view. So for me, I think it's a great opportunity that Brazil can lead the way and show a lot of good stuff that are happening here. So when we look into our recommendations, the recommendation number 1, that talk about triple the production of renewables. So the countries need to look into the schemes and the subsidies and the incentives to do the right thing. And I think that's the way that Brazil can really show. I think we are not part of the problem, we are part of the solution. we do have very good examples on different countries that works. So I think in a way, I think the G20 of Brazil has a great opportunity now to take that, and I'm seeing the government doing that and embracing and lead the way. That's my point.
Fernando Rizzo on digital transformation, please.
Okay, so no, definitely is about the digital inclusion. If we should, the recommendation, the prioritize is the digital inclusion. We have 1/3 of the population that doesn't have access, they are offline, and these people are getting behind. This is the same people that's suffering hunger, okay? So they don't have food, they don't have access. So we should prioritize this. And also medium and small businesses, because medium and small business, they supply the big companies. They represent 50% of the jobs globally, and they gotta be digital very soon. Other than that, they will stay behind as well. So definitely digital inclusion, okay?
Thank you, Fred. On sustainable food systems and agriculture, Gilberto Tomazoni, please.
We had a great interaction with the Brazilian government. They incorporate practically 100% of our recommendations. And when the minister of G20 was in Brazil, meeting in Cuiabá, we had the opportunity to discuss with practically all of the ministers present there. And the end of the document they signed, the end of the meeting, incorporating 75% of our recommendations. Means that we expect from the leaders to accept what we suggested and then start to act, because recommendations and the act, it should be part of our social civility, public companies, private companies, is a job together. And I will take this opportunity then to talk direct to the audience we have here, because I believe that we need to create conscience, more conscience about our planet. And we are depleting our planet. The planet, it is enabled to regenerate 1/3 of what we take from it each year. Without food, there is no life. There is no peace in the world. And we need to feed a growing population in a more sustainable system. Means that we need to produce more with less. And agriculture is essential, and invest in IT, and it's a crucial types of regenerative agriculture, advanced technology. We can produce at the same area 15% more, and we can be carbon positive. Means that we have the technology. This is a work for all of us to help, to support the small farmers. We need to invest, help small farmers, smallholders to transition to more productive and more sustainable agriculture. If you do that, we are really fighting against climate change, hunger, and poverty. Thank you.
Very much. On women, diversity, inclusion in business, Paula Belizia, please.
Yes, last but not least, I think 3 words. So first, future. Future. If you want to have a better future, we need to focus, I would focus on education as well, on inclusive education, to make sure that no one is left behind, no girl is left behind, no black girl, no black person is left behind. Right? Through education, there will be opportunities. So I just wanted to make sure that I call out future and underrepresented groups, which are, all at stake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you all. This was an amazing year. I know I asked you a lot. I didn't tell you the whole thing in the beginning. I didn't know also, so we found it together. But I think you guys did an amazing job leading your teams, which are most of them are here, and you all did an amazing work. We also see that there was a lot of interaction from day one, so synergies among the themes. Those are the pressing themes of our times, and they are not alone. We cannot debate food without sustainability, without underrepresented groups, without education, without compliance, without trade, without digital transformation. And of course, fortunately, Luciana will finance us all. Money is no problem. So there is a very interesting interaction among the themes. I think the idea of having 3 recommendations per each of the 8 groups, which was sort of a new tentative for this cycle, brought some interesting fruits. It's not necessarily a way forward, but clearly gave us some focus on some more relevant points. Also, all of you know by now that each of these policy actions, so 2 policy actions per recommendation, so 48 policy actions, has a KPI. If you go to the website or if you go to one of our books, you're going to see specific KPIs for each of these themes. So we do expect that we can track this forward. This is not new, the usage of KPIs. To my knowledge, since Saudi Arabia, this was more strongly implemented, but this time we have for each of these policy actions 1 KPI. We are also working on a legacy initiative where we will be able to track those KPIs over time with an independent third party coordinating that. So we will have a chance to reflect on how we did as business, as society, on each of these policy actions. So thank you all. It was a great pleasure and honor to work with you. And now we have 2 options. We go for lunch, or we invite Constanza to play some music to us or anything. Lunch. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dan. But before lunchtime, it's photo time. The official picture. I invite you all to lunch, but first we would like to remind you of our sponsors and supporters. This event is organized by B20 Brasil 2024, CNI, Brazilian National Confederation of Industry, and is sponsored and supported by main sponsors Aramco, SABIC, diamond sponsors ABDI, Brazilian Agency for Industrial Development, JBS, MasterCard, gold sponsors Equinor, Google, BRF Marfrig, Vrio, Sky, BNDES, the Brazilian Development Bank, Brazilian Ministry of Development, Industry, Commerce and Services, FINEP, Brazilian Innovation Industry Agency, Brazilian Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, Petrobras, Federal Government of Brazil, Brazil Union and Reconstruction, Silva sponsors Bayer, BCC, Business Council of Canada, Citibank, Embraer, Febraban, Brazilian Federation of Banks, Suzano, Vale. Institutional support, Fiesp, Federation of Industries of the State of São Paulo, FIRJAN, Federation of Industries of the State of Rio de Janeiro, SERPRO, Federal Service for Data Processing, OCB System, Brazilian Organization of Cooperatives, Social Service for Industry, SESI, National Board, SEBRAE, Brazilian Micro and Small Business Support Service, main partner, knowledge partners, network partners. We will return with our agenda at 2 p.m. Once again, 2 p.m., 2 o'clock. Bon appétit, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome back to B20 Brasil.
Por aqui mesmo.
With more than 29,000 employees, the company focuses on innovative solutions for current challenges, promoting a sustainable future. Its technologies, such as efficient transportation and water conservation, are transforming industries and serve markets such as electronics, packaging, and clean energy. With more than 11,000 patents and research centers in 5 strategic regions, SABIC stands out for its innovation and commitment to excellence and follows the philosophy of chemistry that matters. We proudly invite to the stage the CEO of SABIC, Abdul Rahman Al-Faqih.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. I'm glad to be in this vibrant Sao Paulo again. What a city. So full of life. I wish I had more time that I can spend it here. Let me take an advantage of the time that I have been allocated for this on this stage, and now to speak to you about the subject that is near to my heart, which is the chemical industry. The chemical industry accounts for about 7% of the global GDP. Yet, it impacts virtually every sector of the world economy. About 95% of the factory-made products incorporate manufactured chemical of one form or another. Indeed, it is difficult to name a consumer good that is not made with or packaged in a synthetic chemicals. The chemical industry not only is the foundation of our modern life or our modern consumer economy, it is also a key supplier for the world's alternative energy systems. It provides the strong, lightweight, and insulating material for renewable electricity of generation and for electrification and also transportation. With that said, the chemical industry is the center of much regulatory activity that will shape its future. It must contain of a UN treaty seeking to produce greenhouse gas emissions, and by the end of the year, the United Nations aims to put finishing touches on the international treaty designed for this. Personally, I believe that the chemical industry has a bright future. It can decarbonize itself while continuing to add value to consumer goods. The key is for it to become the cornerstone of a circular carbon economy, which is I'm proud as a Saudi national that this is the first time in the G20 that has been proposed by our king during the Saudi Arabian presidency for the G20 in 2022. A circular carbon economy aims to have the value chain of carbon-contained products loop back to on itself. Waste become a valuable feedstock for the new products. But if the chemical industry is going to operate its facilities in a way that is more in keeping with the circular carbon economy, then it will need a reconfiguration of its manufacturing processes. It could, for example, capitalize more on the synergies between the production and the refinery sectors of the oil and gas industry. It turned that extracting more chemicals from the each barrel of the crude oil can result in reducing overall greenhouse gas emissions. This integrated business model is tried and tested. Around 30% of the refineries globally now are integrated with commodity chemicals. And some of the latest integrated processing facilities are able to convert more than 40% of a barrel of crude oil into chemical products. The future is to do more than 40%, and the future is to do more value and higher added value of those chemical products. The chemical industry can also help reduce the amount of carbon dioxide, as I have said earlier, entering the atmosphere through a combination of several other measures, such as, number one, operational efficiencies improvements, and number two, the electrification of manufacturing equipment, number three, carbon dioxide capture, storage, and utilization facilities, and number four, the low emission production of hydrogen, which is a crucial ingredient for the chemical processing. All these measures that I have said earlier help lower the carbon intensity of the material that the chemical industry synthesize, but they need to be completed with other measures that encourage the reuse and the recycling of the synthesis material. This requires the intensive efforts across the entire product value chain, from the manufacturing to the disposal. Various organizations have been set to address this challenge. One such as organizational is the COLED Global Impact Coalition under the World Economic Forum, and the GIC focuses on the accelerating the development of the scale-up of the low-carbon emitting technology for the value chain of the chemical industry to help shrinking the plastic waste processing. For example, it supports the R&D hub in the Netherlands. Variety of chemical initiatives also are addressing the circularization of the plastic. They include collaborative industry alliances, like an alliances to end plastic waste, which invests in waste management, infrastructure, and recycling technologies worldwide. In addition, many individual companies are implementing their own ambitious programs to develop new material from recycled waste, invest in recycling facilities, and partner with waste management companies. The combined efforts demonstrate a growing industry-wide commitment to reduce and keep reducing the plastic waste and its environment impact. Now, it is one thing to say that the chemical industry needs to transform its business model to accommodate a circular carbon economy. We've been doing linear economy for many years. Time to change. Having said that, the necessary financial and technological support needs to be secured too. And that's where partnership and innovation come into play. The collection, segregation, and strong of the waste and sorting of the waste that will become the sustainable feedstock, a key sector in a circular carbon economy, and it could be a profitable too. However, needs its own collaborative efforts and infrastructure development as well. In the Middle East, more than half of the total chemical manufacturing capacity run as a partnership model, and there have been significant international exchanges of capital. But to answer the calls for a circular economy, we will have to take this kind of collaboration to the whole new level. Innovative technology will also have to pursue with the added vigor. It can enable products to be designed so that they more ready from links in a circular and low emission chain. Technology can also be applied in a transform manufacturing processes that capitalized on local geography and geology. For example, the solar farms could provide the electricity for chemical manufacturing, but then the manufacturing technology would have to be adapted to cope with the periods between sunset and sunrise. Similarly, the carbon dioxide in the chemical plants could be stored in an underground rock formation, but then the necessary technological infrastructure of compressors, pipelines, and wells could be also assembled. Ladies and gentlemen, to ensure that the global chemical industry and the world economy can be both thrive the future, the industry facilities have to be designed, built, and operated to reduce and remove greenhouse gas emissions and to make the recycling, reuse of plastics, and will make it easier. This is the basis of a circular carbon economy. Fortunately, the industry can draw the necessary transformative power from low partnership and new technologies. At the end, let me conclude by commending the B20 leadership here in Brazil for their commitment and their actions. Great thanks to Dan, Costanza, and the rest of the Brazilian team that they led for the past year or so. So I really was proud and to be working with that magnificent team for the period of the B20 here in Brazil. Looking forward also the continuation of the KPIs that has been set in Saudi Arabia for the B20. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for your participation, Abdul Rahman. Now, we will follow a very special meeting in our forum. We will welcome some of the G20 trade ministers to B20 to share their impressions of the work done during the G20 Brazil. We will learn about their expectations for the future and gain insights from their respected countries on issues such as trade, governance, resilience, sustainability, and efficiency. I invite the guest speakers to the stage. The Minister of State for Commerce and Industry of India, Sri Jitin Prasad. The Ambassador of South Africa, Busiva Mimbela. The Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Valdis Dombrovskis. The Minister of Trade of the Republic of Korea, In-Kyu Chae-yong. The Ambassador and Chief Agriculture Negotiator of the United States of America, Doug McCall. The Minister of State for Foreign Trade of the United Arab Emirates, Thani bin Ahmed Al Sayyoudi. And to moderate this panel, we invite to the stage the B20 Brasil Sherpa, Constanza Negri. Constanza, the floor is yours, please.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, distinguished panelists. It's not working? Oh, can you hear me now? We were really looking forward to this session, so very happy to see you here. It's a privilege that we will have you to join these important discussions. We will deepen discussions that we've been having along the whole year on the role of trade in advancing sustainable growth, economic recovery, and resilience. Throughout the years, trade and investment has been at the cornerstone of G20 agendas, we know, together with financial issues, and the same goes for the B20. It's a topic that has been always very important within the B20. This morning we had the possibility to listen to our chairs, and I just wanted to share with you that our Trade and Investment Task Force of the B20 has focused on 3 main themes in its trade-related recommendations. This year we established a methodology that each group would have maximum 3 recommendations. In our Task Force of Trade and Investment, the main recommendations were about promoting open rules-based trade system, strengthening resilient and sustainable supply chains, and advancing efficiency through digitalization and access to trade finance. So in this session, we will be fortunate to hear directly from the government perspectives, from the ministers and representatives. So where are your perspectives on these crucial themes and your visions for global trade cooperation, how this can move forward? So for that, I would like now also to hear your views on how can trade strengthen the governance, resilience, and efficiency and in trade and investment, and how can this trade and investment be a tool for sustainable and inclusive growth? So for that, let me allow to give first the floor to Mr. Shri Prasad, Minister of State for Commerce and Industry in India, and I would like to invite you to join the podium, please, Minister. The floor is yours.
Thank you, honorable ministers, distinguished business leaders, esteemed colleagues. It is a privilege to join you today at the B20 Brasil Summit. As we gather here, we find ourselves at a transformative juncture in global trade and investment, where resilience, inclusivity, and sustainability are redefining how nations and businesses engage with one another. The challenges we face are unprecedented, but they also offer opportunities for deeper collaboration and stronger global partnerships. India has been committed to playing a central role in the global effort through reforms aimed at improving the ease of doing business, simplifying regulations, unlocking new trade avenues. India has worked tirelessly to position itself as a pivotal player in global value chains. This vision aligns with our broader ambition of ensuring that our trade policies reflect resilience, inclusivity, and sustainability, principles that also guided us during India's G20 presidency. During our G20 presidency, India emphasized the critical need to build resilient and sustainable global value chains. In a world marked by disruptions caused by pandemics, geopolitical tensions, and economic volatility, resilience has become essential. We recognize that for global trade to flourish, nations must be equipped to absorb shocks, adapt to changing circumstances, and emerge stronger. India's logistics performance has also seen significant improvement. Ranked 38 in 2023 Logistics Performance Index by the World Bank, the Government of India's launch of the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan for multimodal connectivity infrastructure has transformed our infrastructure and logistics landscape, making movement of goods faster and more efficient. Additionally, through initiatives like the production-linked incentive schemes, we are strengthening sectors such as electronics, pharmaceuticals, and renewable energy. As a result, for the year 2024, our merchandise exports reached $776 billion. We are working towards a $1 trillion in the merchandise and service exports by 2030. India's appeal as a trade partner is mirrored by the substantial foreign direct investment we have attracted, $71 billion for the year 24 alone. The India-Mediterranean Economic Corridor, established during the India's G20 presidency, stands as a significant outcome of our efforts. It is not only a strategic corridor connecting Europe and Asia, but also a symbol of India's commitment to facilitating global connectivity and collaboration. India continues to present a compelling value proposition for foreign investors. India is emerging as a global hub for innovation, research, and manufacturing. Our initiatives such as Make in India, Self-Reliant India, Atmanirbhar Bharat emphasize not only the strengthening of our domestic industries, but also India's role as a reliable and attractive partner in the global marketplace. Our focus on sustainability is a key driver of this attractiveness. Investors are increasingly drawn to India due to our commitment of green investments and ESG principles, ensuring that economic growth goes hand in hand with environmental stewardship. Looking to the future, India envisions itself not just as a participant, but as a leader in the global value chains. We see digital trade, advanced manufacturing, and Industry 4.0 technologies as integral to this leadership. The emphasis of Trade 4.0, highlighted in the B20 India's policy paper, aligns with the Government of India's focus on leveraging technologies like artificial intelligence, blockchain, and machine learning to revolutionize trade practices and make them more efficient and inclusive. Moreover, inclusivity remains at the heart of our vision. India is committed to empowering MSMEs, women entrepreneurs, and the youth to play a larger role in the global commerce, as they are the key drivers of innovation and growth. Our presidency focused on creating pathways for sustainable trade and investment, and today, Brazil's G20 presidency continues to champion these goals with its focus on enhancing multilateral governance and making trade more inclusive and efficient. As we discuss the future of global trade, it is essential to recognize the critical role business plays in shaping the global policy framework. The B20 platform has enabled businesses to contribute meaningfully to discussions on trade and investment, providing solutions to some of the most pressing challenges we face today. Brazil's leadership of G20 is not just about governance, but also stems from its vast political across sectors of significance. Brazil's expertise in agriculture, particularly sustainable practices, biofuels, and renewable energy, positions itself as an important destination for Indian businesses. Brazil's leadership in advocating for resilient and green global value chains while promoting sustainable investment practices complement India's vision. I believe we are pushing for reforms together that strengthen the multilateral trading system, prioritizing sustainability in trade practices, particularly in environmentally responsible supply chains. Looking ahead, we are also keen to collaborate with South Africa as it takes on the next G20 presidency in December 24. India stands ready to collaborate with the global community in bridging the North-South divide. I want to thank the B20 Brazil for its leadership and dedication in fostering these important discussions. And I look forward for the continued partnership between our governments and businesses. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And from the previous G20 presidency, now we go to the next president, Representative Vusi Mabiela, Ambassador of South Africa in Brazil. Please, the floor is yours. I invite you to the podium.
Greetings to you all. Greetings to the leaders of government present here. Greetings to the leaders of business. Greetings to all B20 participants. Program Director, allow me to start from a point of gratitude and appreciation for Brazil's efforts in hosting both the G20 and the B20. You have done a great job in pulling all of us together for discussion and map a developmental and sustainable path for the world. Recently, His Excellency President Ramaphosa, on the occasion of the G20 high-level opening session on Wednesday, 25th September 2024, expressed his appreciation and commended the excellent manner in which Brazil has been steering the work of the G20 during the presidency. We are all familiar with the following: that the G20 members represent 86% of global GDP. We're also familiar with the fact that 73% of international trade is also represented here, that 2/3 of the world's population is here, that 84.5% of all commercial policy interventions are documented by the Global Trade Alert. We're all aware by now that the African Union is now a member of the G20, which now comprises of 19 countries and 2 regional organizations. These are important facts because they bind us towards our common purpose, addressing challenges facing humankind. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to attend the G20 Trade and Investment Ministerial Meeting in Brasilia. This session enabled trade ministers to reflect and actively seek pragmatic and creative solutions to revitalize the international trade and investment landscape, to reinvigorate the global economy, and to steer the global economy towards recovery. As we congratulate Brazil, let us look forward towards South Africa's G20 and B20 presidency. This presidency presents us with the following opportunities: to action the G20's call to action on global governance reform, to reinvigorate multilateralism and the reform of global governance institutions to make them more representative, to reimagine the global financial architecture that will enable us to lift the fortunes of the most needy and vulnerable. Take and implement bold and decisive reforms to create a stable and inclusive international financial architecture. South Africa is part of the African soil. Therefore, South Africa's G20 presidency will place Africa's developmental priorities at the top of its agenda. Without a doubt, a prosperous, developed, and stable Africa is a central pillar of our foreign policy. As articulated by our President, all of the above will be guided by South Africa's adopted theme for our G20 presidency, which is fostering solidarity, equality, and sustainable development. South Africa will continue to encourage the mobilization of the world towards taking a pragmatic approach that will solve global challenges while strengthening international cooperation within a rules-based system. Alone, we will not move far. The B20 presents us with an opportunity to work together and create a melting pot where policy and implementation comes together to create a beautiful meal. We believe that through solidarity, we can collectively advance a united effort and mutual support among member nations to address the global challenges that we all are impacted on. Our adopted theme will guide the priorities of the working groups in both the Sherpa and finance tracks, and also informs the high-level deliverables of South Africa's G20 presidency. The B20 South Africa preparations should be guided by the respective themes, and these themes are the follows. Solidarity, and solidarity signifies a united effort and mutual support among member nations. It is the recognition that in an interconnected world, the challenges faced by one nation can have ripple effects globally. This principle emphasizes cooperation, empathy, and a collective action, ensuring that no country is left behind, especially in times of crisis. Then comes equality. Equality refers to ensuring fair treatment, opportunities, and advancement for all individuals and nations, irrespective of their economic status, gender, race, geographic location, or other characteristics. It underscores the need to address systemic disparities and promote social justice on a global scale. Then lastly, there is sustainability. Sustainability is about meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. It integrates economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental protection, ensuring long-term health and stability of all people and our planet. As major global actors, G20 nations play a pivotal role in driving sustainable development. In conclusion, South Africa is ready, Africa is ready. Our task is to ensure that today is better than yesterday and tomorrow is better than today. Ensuring continuity of B20 is a non-negotiable. South Africa is open for business and is ready to receive the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now we turn to our third representative from an important country, region bloc member of the G20. We go to the EU, and I invite Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Mr. Dombrovskis. The floor is yours, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the B20 presidency for the invitation of this event. As I have said before, and I will say it again, it is of highest importance that we work well together, public administration and business. I'm therefore very grateful for the opportunity to meet so many of you today. In this spirit, I wanted to thank the B20 for its recommendations on trade and investments, which were shared with us ahead of the meeting. I found much food for thought in them and wanted to highlight that they are in synchrony with the key messages in support of openness, multilateralism and sustainability. You asked for our assessment of G20 trade ministerial meeting which took place yesterday. We focused our exchanges on 4 topics, as you know. The first one, which was put on agenda by Brazilian presidency, was the WTO reform. In this regard, the EU's position has been always clear. We will continue to push for an ambitious reform, which must include a fully functioning dispute settlement system, and most G20 members support us in this endeavour. We must also continue advancing the WTO agenda on new topics that matter for trade today, including the interface between trade and industrial policy, or the nexus between trade and environment. I know that we see eye to eye on the matter. A transparent and predictable trade and investment environment is of highest importance also for businesses to rely on clear rules that govern trade relations. Secondly, we had valuable exchange on good practices under the Brazilian presidency on the promotion of gender equality in international trade. For the EU, I was proud to share that we have included commitments and legally binding provisions on trade and gender equality in the EU's trade and investment agreements, and that we actively support businesswomen in taking use of opportunities created by trade, for example, through an investment framework specifically to stimulate gender-smart finance. I welcome the third point of discussion on trade and sustainable development, which is not an easy one in the absence of multilateral consensus. The EU firmly believes that trade and investment should support sustainable development, and we clearly see potential for enhanced cooperation among the G20 in this regard. For now, we encourage G20 members to make better use of plurilateral sustainability initiatives and work together with the Trade Ministers Coalition for Climate, which is currently counting 62 members. Finally, we discussed how to integrate sustainable development into investment agreements, and we highlighted the importance of the plurilateral investment facilitation for development agreement, which concluded under the joint statement initiative at the WTO by 126 of its members. We called on those G20 members that have not yet joined this initiative to do so and support its integration into WTO legal framework. On our side, the EU has integrated sustainability commitments in our trade agreements as well as in our new sustainable investment facilitation agreements. Finally, let me answer your first question, which was asked for this panel, how we can enhance the governance, resilience and efficiency of trade and investment as a sustainable and inclusive growth tool. The EU's trade and investment policy is a key promoter and facilitator of the green transition globally. We have carefully adjusted our approach to free trade agreements to ensure they increasingly facilitate the green transition. Our trade agreements set the rules that allow for removing barriers and diversifying trade in energy, raw materials and green goods. They include binding and enforceable environmental commitments anchored in internationally agreed standards and provide platforms to engage constructively with partners on standards and on our autonomous measures. Multilaterally, the EU and like-minded partners have launched 3 plurilateral environmental initiatives at the WTO on the sustainability more broadly, on plastic pollution and on fossil fuel subsidies. Beyond the WTO, the Coalition of Trade Ministers on Climate, which the EU co-leads, has already played a role in providing a political platform to boost inclusive cooperation on climate, trade and sustainable development. The EU will continue this close cooperation with our trade partners and increase coherence between different bilateral and multilateral instruments and initiatives to continue enhancing trade and investment as a sustainable and inclusive growth tool. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Executive Vice President. And now we turn to our Minister of Trade of Republic of South Korea, In-kyo Cheong-gon. The floor is yours, please.
Honorable G20 trade ministers and esteemed business leaders, I'm In-kyo Cheong, Minister for Trade of Korea. It is a great honor to address such distinguished leaders who are at the forefront of global business with a shared vision of governance, resilience, and efficiency that drives sustainable and inclusive growth in trade and investment. The global economic landscape has undergone profound changes. Geographical tensions are continuing to escalate. Trade protectionism and industrial policies centered on economic security. Moreover, there is a growing consensus for addressing the climate crisis and embracing the digital transformation. Many economies are implementing policies to secure leadership in advanced industries, as well as to improve the resilience of supply chains. Against this backdrop, it is essential for G20 countries to minimize uncertainties in the trade environment and work toward global prosperity by focusing on the following three key pillars: governance, resilience, and efficiency. First, governance. As yesterday's G20 Trade and Investment Ministers meeting, we reaffirmed the importance of the WTO reform and the need to revitalize the multilateral trading system. The multilateral trading system has long been a driving force behind economic growth and prosperity, which promotes a free, open, fair, non-discriminatory, transparent, inclusive, predictable, and rule-based trade and investment environment. Now, we must renew our effort to restore this system. At the same time, Korea has recently unveiled its trade policy roadmap, underscoring our commitment for improving business environment. Second, resilience. To enhance the resilience of global trade, it is essential to create interconnected and collaborative supply chains between emerging economies and developed nations. The G20 provides a vital platform for sharing our practices and coordinating policies on supply chains. Korea is advancing economic partnership agreement and trade and investment promotion frameworks tailored to the unique needs of each partner country, and ensuring that our approach incorporates cooperation in new and green trade areas. Lastly, but the least, efficiency. We must create an institutional base in order to take advantage of a rapidly digitalizing global trade environment. Korea is already laying the groundwork by creating a comprehensive digital trade and logistic platform that covers the entire value chain. By harnessing technology like AI, blockchain, and big data, we aim to build an ecosystem that facilitates the seamless flow of goods and services. Additionally, Korea puts efforts in establishing digital trade rules, as evidenced by the Korea-Singapore Digital Partnership Agreement and the Digital Economic Partnership Agreement, so-called in short, DEPA, both of which entered into force recently. We are now accelerating progress in negotiation for Korea-EU Digital Trade Agreement and the WTO e-commerce JSI. With the trade ministers and the business leaders present today, I'm confident that our actions today will determine the course of tomorrow's prosperity. Next year, Korea will host the APEC Leadership Summit and the CEO Summit in Gyeongju, where we will continue to make efforts for improving business environment. The Gyeongju city is one of the oldest cities in Korea, with the richest Korean cultural heritage. You will enjoy the origin of current K-pop in the city. I invite all business leaders present today to join us in reaffirming the commitment of both the public and the private sectors to work collaboratively for global solidarity and prosperity. Let's meet in Gyeongju, Korea next year. Obrigado. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. We now turn the floor to our representative from the U.S., Ambassador Chief Agricultural Negotiator from USTR, Mr. Doug McKillop. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and first let me thank the B20 for inviting me here to speak about a topic that is of fundamental importance to the United States, and that is how can trade be a force for promoting inclusivity, sustainability, food security, and broad economic growth that benefits all of our people, and especially our workers, whether you are on a farm, in a factory, or in an office building. Let me also thank our Brazilian hosts for their hospitality throughout the year and at the Trade Investment Ministerial meeting in Brasilia yesterday. At that meeting, our colleagues, all of us, had a series of frank yet productive discussions on how to make trade a force for promoting sustainable development, how trade can be more inclusive of underserved communities, and how to include sustainable investment as part of our investment agreements. Of course, there is no single answer to all of these questions, but the G20 remains committed to discussing these challenges and seeking ways that we can work together to build a more sustainable, inclusive trading system. I want to spend a couple minutes discussing how the United States views these issues. The U.S., under the Biden-Harris administration, is using trade policy to lower costs for hardworking families, rebuild American manufacturing, enable our farmers to contribute toward food security, and strengthen supply chains so that consumers get the products that they need when they need them. Trade can be a tool to give everyone a fair shot and ensure that our system is set up for inclusive and durable growth. Promoting healthy competition is critical to achieving this goal. However, asking old approaches to solve new challenges, such as economic insecurity, fragile supply chains, in a situation where some policies actually deepen the climate and sustainability problems, is not a solution. We can and should do better. We are proud of the ways in which the Biden-Harris administration has been leading by example, and I would like to focus on just a few topics that we think are critical to ensuring that the interests of all workers and people are represented in trade policy. The first is inclusivity. In our trade policy, we measure success and progress in part by the degree to which we are delivering real benefits across society, no matter where you live or whether you have a college degree. The U.S. has learned a number of lessons about the challenges facing historically disadvantaged groups in trade. Those studies have shown that past policies have not benefited every factory worker, every farmer, and every small business. It is important that trade policy work better to benefit more people and to reinforce inclusivity. We have been working hard to promote inclusion in our trade agenda, and for example, as hosts of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation last year, we advanced theme and economic inclusion at every level, including the leaders level, and we are proud to have concluded the leaders level San Francisco principles on integrating inclusivity and sustainability in trade. At the WTO, the U.S. has actively participated in the informal working group on gender, and we are supporting newly launched WTO database on gender provisions in regional trade agreement. We are negotiating an inclusivity chapter with our Kenyan counterparts as part of our strategic investment partnership, which seeks to empower and increase participation in trade, including women, youth, the African diaspora, and other traditionally underserved communities. And during our work on the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, USTR served as a constructive partner and leader with Australia, New Zealand on an inclusivity chapter which seeks to expand access to and participation in all segments of society, whether they be women, indigenous populations, minorities, people with disabilities, rural people, and remote populations. And we will continue to pursue these issues as part of those efforts. On resilient trade, strengthening our supply chains is also a critical component of the Biden-Harris administration's efforts to advance our worker-centered trade policy to create sustainable economic growth. And we are undertaking a whole-of-government effort to proactively strengthen supply chain resilience. For USTR, this is more than just point A to point B movement of goods. From a trade and investment policy standpoint, resilience comprises four distinct but complementary dimensions: transparency, diversity, security, and sustainability. Resilient supply chains reduce opportunities for economic coercion and enhance our economic security by providing a range of sourcing options that helped us adapt, rebound, and recover from the agility following shocks. They are vehicles for upholding rights and environmental protections everywhere, and they can strengthen our economy and our workforce. This is a goal that we are pursuing in all of our trade agreements, and including at the G7, OECD, WTO, and of course here at the G20 as well. I want to conclude by recognizing that I have spent this time speaking to a room full of business executives and talking about how USTR and the U.S. federal government is working to change the way we approach trade. But we know that private sector companies play a hugely important role in how we think about and interact with trade policy. And some of the best examples come from the private sector. I certainly know this from working first in agriculture, working on sustainability, work on food security innovation, but it is true for all sectors, including energy and sustainable fuels and many parts of our global economic sector. We know that companies like yours are increasingly thinking about the role that you play in supply chains, the impact that you have on disadvantaged communities, and how you can raise your own labor standards to ensure that we are playing our part to mitigate the climate crisis, and you're thinking about how you can increase the resilience of your supply chains. You are doing this not only because it is good economic policy, you are doing it because it is good business policy as well. So we at USTR are working to create an enabling environment to expand the benefits of international trade that have not traditionally seen and uplifted by the effects it can bring. The U.S. looks forward to working with all of you and continuing to move our trade policy forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And now we turn the floor to the Minister of State for Foreign Trade of the United Arab Emirates, Thani Ahmed Al Sayudi. Please, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and very good afternoon. Let me start by expressing our gratitude to the Presidency and the Brazilian governments for the invitation and for hosting the B20. It shows how critical the linkage between the work and the business, as well as the work that is being carried out by governments. And I wish them all the success on the G20 summits in a few weeks from now. To begin with, it's important to recognize the critical role of trade and sustainable growth. Open, rules-based trade has been always a consistent driver of economic and social developments around the world since the development of GATT in 1947. From 1990 to 2017, developing countries increased their share of global exports from 16% to 30%. The global poverty rate fell from 36% to 9%. And the World Bank State Starter Trade has helped to lift 1 billion people out of poverty in the last 4 decades. We have, however, seen a rejection of multilateralism in some quarters. COVID led to a rise in protectionism and export controls. We have seen trade used as a tool in geopolitics with a return to tariff wars. Conflict has disrupted supply chain and promoted realignments. And the first step to enhancing the governance, resilience, and efficiency of trade is to push back against these trends and for the global community to recommit to open market. Let me start with the governance. The most successful trading relationships are those governed by common rules and practices. Thanks largely to the WTO, we have been able to enhance the free flow of trade while creating a more level playing field for all member nations. Yes, the WTO needs a reform, but reforms that takes in consideration the interest of all its members. Moving to resilience and reliable. We have been seeing since the pandemic 2 new forms of economic alignments: stronger trade between regions driven by new trading blocs, and trade based on economic alignments where shared benefits mean shared growth. Regional trade is perhaps by definition the most sustainable, as the shorter supply chains reduce transport costs and energy consumptions. Trade deals have been consolidated. These trends removing barriers to trade and including tariffs. Across the world, we see this in action. In addition to the key blocks of the EU, NAFTA, and Mercosur, we have seen the recent implementation of RCEP and the African Continent Free Trade Agreements. And the UAE has been as well leading the drive for open rules-based trade based on economic alignments. Our comprehensive economic partnership agreements are securing deeper ties to strategically located nations around the world. Our CEPAs are connecting the new centers of growth from Asia Pacific to South Americas. And we have now signed deals with 13 nations, with 6 deals already fully implemented. These deals cover almost a quarter of the world's populations. Shifting to the more efficient matter, technology can make an immediate impact on the efficiency of the whole trade process and chain, especially in supply chain. For instance, we can use artificial intelligence to automate customs procedures, warehouses, management, and stock movements, deploy data analytics and machine learning to monitor supply chain and enhance cargo routes, integrate predictive analysis for crisis management and receivable forecasting, and harness blockchains to improve the trade finance by issuing letter of credits real time and facilitating near instant payments and enabling cross-border KYC. All these technologies can save time, reduce waste, and contribute to low carbon supply chains. We know that introducing such e-billing of lading alone can save the global economy $4 billion. I don't want to forget the importance of the private sector engagements, which is very vital in ensuring trade delivers on its promise to elevate economies. Governments and institutions can create the frameworks for trade, but it requires the ambitions and the creativity of the private sector to leverage them. The private sector will also secure the supply chains between trade partners, and we as a government, we have to make sure that the collaboration with the private sector through consultations, transparent rules, and trade facilitation mechanism. Let me end up with saying that the G20 is a powerful body, one that represents the most mature economies in the world and the engines of the growth and innovation. But looking at the short-term gains is going to be eroding the long-term impact. It's also important to note that the G20 of today might not be the G20 of tomorrow. There are new nations emerging to reshape the global map. These nations are putting the economy above the ideology. We have seen new trade blocs based on regions and common interest. Nothing is static, so it's in everyone's interest to shape the global economy that meets the needs to tomorrow's economy, does not just react to those of today. Wish you all the best in your summit, and we're looking forward for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And with this, we're over with the comments and insightful. I wanted to thank the 6 distinguished panelists for your time, for your insights and contributions. I think that it's clear that this emphasizes the importance of aligning trade policy with global priorities like including resilience, sustainability, and inclusivity. And furthermore, that we have a lot of synergies and alignment with the B20 priorities as you have shared with us, and that we from the business community are open and looking forward to strengthen our cooperation, to already start working, thinking in South Africa and what we have ahead in order to implement and to make sure that the G20 is still a very relevant forum for the trade and investment agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the panelists. Thank you, Constanza. I'd like to invite the panelists together at the center of the stage for the photo.
Innovation enables us to create a future that's more sustainable, to achieve excellence. At the heart of every step forward we take is a passion to make things better, safer, that can help connect us. Help us grow. Enhance our daily lives and reshape the known into the new and exciting. At SABIC, we believe in the chemistry of progress. Join us to create chemistry that matters.
Sabe quem ajuda a indústria a encomendar e implementar novas tecnologias?
A BDI.
E quem capacita as empresas para o avanço digital?
A BDI.
Agora você sabe. A BDI é uma agência do governo federal que apoia a indústria, que tem parcerias e soluções tecnológicas e sustentáveis para melhorar a produtividade e gerar empregos. É para desenvolver o Brasil. É a BDI que ajuda a tecnologia da indústria a evoluir. A BDI, inovar a indústria para transformar o Brasil.
JBS was born 70 years ago in the heart of Brazil, and it was driven by the dream of becoming a global food company, which has led JBS to become one of the largest companies in the world today. We want to
It's so important to support small business and digitally transforming. So it's so important to give them the tools to help them become more efficient, to be more productive, to help them grow their business.
São os inconformados que movem o mundo. Sem eles, a roda ainda seria quadrada. A luz seria a vela. Recordes não existiriam. E é isso que move a Equinor, a buscar novas formas de energia, reduzir as emissões de carbono e investir cada vez mais no Brasil, com a certeza de que podemos fazer melhor. Equinor, energia para buscar o melhor.
Sabe quando o futuro do Brasil acontece?
Quando o campo abastece, acontece. E o forno se aquece, acontece. O país inteiro cresce, o futuro acontece. A construção resplandece, acontece. E a carga sobe e desce, acontece. Nossa gente se fortalece, o futuro acontece. O futuro acontece com BNDES.
Isso é bom para todo mundo. BNDES, Brasil, União e Reconstrução.
We are passionate about innovation. Innovation that takes place in Brazilian universities, startups, small businesses, and big companies. They are all supported by our R&D public fund. Brazil's future is now. We are ready. FINEP, an organization of science, technology, and innovation ministry. Brazilian government, uniting and rebuilding.
Liderar uma transição energética justa é produzir a energia que o Brasil precisa hoje, mas já pensando no mundo de amanhã. Com produtos mais sustentáveis, ajudando a cuidar das florestas, abrindo novas fronteiras. Transição energética justa. Isso é bom para todo mundo.
É nessa energia que a Petrobras vai.
Petrobras. O Brasil é a nossa energia. Brasil, União e Reconstrução.
B20. Brazil's G20 and B20 presidency offers a unique platform to drive inclusive growth and sustainable development on the global stage. To share insights on Brazil's vision and priorities, we now invite to join the stage the Vice President of Brazil and Minister of Development, Industry, Trade and Services, Mr. Geraldo Alckmin.
Boa tarde a todas e a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to salute Dan Yoshpi, President of B20 Brasil. I would like to greet you and acknowledge your work. Mr. José Gomes da Silva, President of the Federation of Industries of São Paulo, the ministries of the G20, Mr. Brasada, Minister of Trade and Commerce from India, Mr. Dombrovski, Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Mr. Inkyo Cheong, Minister of Trade from the Republic of South Korea, Doug McClip, Ambassador and Chief Negotiator for Agriculture of the United States, Tanbin Ahmed Al-Zayed, Minister of Trade for the United Arab Emirates, Mr. Francisco Gomes Neto, Chair of the Trade and Investment Task Force, on behalf of whom I also greet the chairs of the task forces and action councils, business people from G20 countries, and Brazilian business people. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a huge honor for Brazil to host G20 and B20. It is an honor to salute all of you in such an important event. Yesterday, we held a meeting for the trade ministers of G20. It took place in Brasilia. And today, I am pleased to be here at the B20 meeting as a natural follow-up for that previous meeting. We celebrate the cooperation between governments and the private sector. These are private pillars to foster trade and global investment. B20 is, without a doubt, the engine of the global economy. It is you, business leaders, who give life to trade, to innovation, and to the investments that transform our economies. The role of the private sector is essential, and the recommendations presented by B20 to G20 mirror the strategic vision of those who are in the front line of the global economy. You foster growth and you search for innovative solutions for the challenges in a world that is constantly in transformation. Some of the main points presented by B20 are reforming the global trade system, investments in green infrastructure, and tech innovation, reskilling the labor force, fostering gender equality, empowering women in the labor market. All these recommendations are directly aligned to G20 targets, building a more fair global trade system that promotes growth while also promoting social equality and environmental sustainability. Together, B20 and G20 share a common perspective, which is to reform the global trade system in order to respond to 21st century challenges, creating a more connected, sustainable, and inclusive world. Many of these topics were the subject of the debates between G20 ministers in recent days in Brasilia. We focused our debates on trade and sustainable investment, the role played by women in trade, and on the importance in strengthening the multilateral trade system and the importance also of reforming the WTO. These are essential questions to ensure that international trade continues to be a tool for inclusion, growth, and sustainable development. The Brazilian administration, as the host of G20, we have been fighting for a multilateral trade system that works fully. This is essential to ensure that rules are applied in a fair manner and that trade and investment flows benefit both developed and vulnerable economies. WTO should work for all economies, but some depend or rely even more on WTO. B20 recommendations on strengthening trade and sustainable investments. These recommendations converge with G20 efforts, creating good regulatory practices, calculating the carbon footprint, and eliminating unilateral trade barriers are priority measures that will allow for trade and investments to be the engines of sustainable development. Accelerating a fair transition into a zero-carbon economy, which is one of the pillars of B20 recommendations. This is a priority in our debates as well. G20, under the Brazilian presidency, has adopted yesterday a historical document called the Principles of G20 on Trade and Sustainable Development. G20 has sent a clear message to the world with this document. International trade is an important engine for sustainability. The B20 Climate Hub and the Carbon Center of Excellence, which have been proposed by the private sector, these are examples of how the business sector can lead with innovation while implementing sustainable solutions. In sync with these challenges, the Ministry of Development, Industry and Commerce in Brazil has a program that promotes sustainability in the automotive industry. The program is called MOVER, or MOVE in Portuguese. Just a couple of weeks ago, we also launched the program Combustível do Futuro, or Future Fuel. We promote the use of biofuels for land, air, and sea fleets. Another important topic in G20 discussions and that is mirrored by the B20 recommendations, is the inclusion of women in international trade. The Brazilian experience in programs such as She Leads B20 and Women in Trade has proved that skilling and supporting female leaders, these are essential to create a diverse and inclusive environment for business. In yesterday's ministers' meeting, I'd like to highlight that for the first time in history, this topic was discussed as a priority within the context of trade and investment for G20. The Brazilian government shares this vision and supports B20 recommendations looking at ensuring a global business environment that provides equal opportunities for all. The Ministry of Development, Industry and Trade, through the program called Elas Exportam, or They Export in feminine, it promotes women leading companies that export goods. Education and jobs are also at the center of our debate. The preparation of a working group or of a labor that is resilient and productive, focused on digital skills and sustainable skills, this is also one of our priorities. We know that to face future challenges in the labor market, we need to invest in people development. We must ensure that they are ready to adjust to an environment that is constantly transforming. B20 recommendations of reskilling and improving competencies, they are key to ensure we can create a global labor that is ready to meet the demands of the digital and sustainable economy. We cannot talk about the future without talking about the resilience of global value chains. The COVID-19 pandemic, and I'd like to remind you all that in 2002 we also had SARS in Asia. 2008 we had H1N1. 2012 we had MERS-CoV in the Middle East. 2015 we had Ebola, and in 2019 we had COVID-19. All these events and other recent global events have shown us the importance of ensuring that our supply chains are prepared to face these disruptions. Strengthening global value chains, as proposed by B20, is an urgent task, and G20 has been debating that intensely. Dear friends, I would like to bring finally a message of optimism from President Lula. Macroeconomic indicators are every day more favorable. The expectations for growth in Brazil are above what had been forecasted in the first few months of this year. Our industrial policy, NIB, is based in the commitment to turn our industry into a more sustainable, productive, and competitive, and a more exporting industry as well. This policy has been attracting investment, and it has contributed for the results that we see in our trade balance. Brazil has asked for new trade arrangements. We have been debating agreements that strengthen local and regional value chains, agreements for productive integration. And therefore, the Brazilian government and the governments of G20 countries, as well as B20 members, are aligned. All of us are looking for the same goal, which is sustainable and inclusive growth, a fair and more sustainable world. This is Brazil's message for the world. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, vice-presidente. Peço que o senhor
Thank
continue
you
no
very
palco.
much, Mr. Vice President. If you could please remain with us on stage.
Now we move to a key moment of this plenary, the official presentation of the B20 Brasil communiqué. To mark this occasion, I invite the Vice President of CNE and President of Fiesp, Josué Gomes da Silva, representing the President of CNE, please, and the Chair of B20 Brasil, Dan Iospe. The B20 Brasil communiqué embodies the collective efforts of business leaders across the G20 countries, offering actionable recommendations to address the world's pressing challenges. It reflects the commitment of the business community to fostering sustainable economic and inclusive growth. Thank you so much.
I would just like to thank our Vice President Alckmin to be here with us. Thank you all for listening. I think it was clear to all of you how close B20 and G20 in this edition have been. We had the chance to present to the Brazilian government and to the representatives on the G20 over time our propositions, and clearly we are fairly well aligned, and hopefully this will lead to your propositions, our joint propositions, to be well considered by the G20 representatives and leaders when they gather next month in Brazil. So, muito obrigado, Presidente Alckmin. Dizia apenas.
Thank you very much, Vice President Alckmin. I was just saying in your speeches to how we are integrated between B20 and G20 over the year, and our expectation that the recommendations of B20 that you know so well
determinações e
be part
recomendações
of the determinations and recommendations of G20 in your November meeting. And for this, we have representatives from the various countries making the same efforts and seeking their countries and their leaders to know in detail all of those recommendations that actually aim at socio-economic development of our countries, as you put it quite well. So thank you very much. And I thank you and all your team present here. Marcio, Tatiana, Marcelo, thank you very much indeed for your time and attention over the year. And let's keep on working. Thank you.
Obrigada, Dan. Thank you once again. So let's move forward. In 2025, South Africa will chair the G20. What topics and challenges will be addressed in the next edition of B20, which will take place on the African continent? Our next panel will talk about the transition of B20 from Brazil to South Africa and outline the mechanisms put in place to ensure continuity of impact and governance across the cycles of this global forum. Our theme will be ensuring continuity of B20, the road to South Africa and beyond, garantindo a continuidade do B20, a jornada para a África do Sul e adiante. Vamos aguardar a saída do vice-presidente.
Let us wait for our vice president to leave.
We kindly ask everyone to remain seated while the authorities exit the plenary. So let's resume this panel, this introduction. We'll be talking about this transition from Brazil to South Africa. I invite the guest speakers to the stage, the chair of B20 Brasil, Dan Yoshpe. The Vice President of the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, and Managing Director and CEO of Tata Chemicals Limited, R. Mukundan. The Chair of B20 South Africa, Mxolisi Gojo. And the President and CEO of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Suzanne Clark. And then I hand over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry, everyone, that we lost a bit of our timing and the sequence, but we had the pleasure of having Vice President Alckmin, and we adapted a bit, but I think was much worse. Now we are moving to this session where we are going to talk about where we came from, the Indian cycle. We went through this Brazilian cycle. Now we go to the South African cycle and further to the US cycle. So not only the troika, but of four. I don't know how do you call when you put the fourth on the troika, but that's what we intended to do here in this panel. First, from my side, I would like to mention how important was the handoff of India. First of all, was an amazing cycle with many achievements. And we had the chance of having here in Brazil Mr. Chandra to officially pass to us the torch and to give us additional hints and guidelines on how to proceed with this transition. I also take the opportunity to pass on my sincere condolences on the passage of Mr. Tata couple of weeks ago. An amazing global leader and Indian leader in our arena. So a very sad event. And we all know all Mr. Chandra's and everyone's connection to Mr. Tata. But coming back here to the B20, one interesting aspect that we developed working along with India and the previous editions was to try to sustain those recommendations whenever possible and to bring them forward so that we can have continuity, which is probably one of the most important aspects that we can have in these cycles. And that's a bit of the backdrop of this panel. How can we work in a very effective way, not losing what we develop in one edition from another? So I would start passing here the word to Mr. Mukundan and about the Indian edition. One of the greatest challenges of the B20 is coordinating a vast array of stakeholders and countries to formulate unified recommendations on the most critical issues of our time. Given that effective dialogue is essential for creating unique, straightforward, and actionable recommendations from B20 to G20, what are the primary challenges in this process, and what best practices can be employed to address them effectively?
Thank you, Dan. Thank you for having us here. And firstly, let me thank you for the kind words. I'll pass it on to the family. And on top of that, I want to congratulate you first on a very successful and engaging B20. I think you all deserve a big round of applause. Please join me in giving a round of applause to Dan. And to Michelossi and Suzanne, we eagerly look forward to your carrying forward the leadership into the next step, as you said, as a continuity and also increasing the momentum as we move forward. And let me just start by saying, just stepping back a bit, the challenges, issues are not just the same, but in the recent years, they've been intransigent. They've not gone away. If you look at where we were in Indonesia, we had war in Europe. We still have that unfortunate war in Europe. Climate challenges were there at that point of time. We were discussing it. And they mount even more as we speak. And in addition to that, now countries and companies are finding it increasingly difficult to keep up with commitments they've made. This is a reality we face in the world today. It's commitment and cost to serve customers, cost to keep our communities in the same, inflation is a big problem worldwide. You could talk about it. And on top of that, whether it's digital transformation, cybersecurity, healthcare, food security, the challenges which need to take, which are concerning us, continue to mount. And there are issues which I think there may be a difference of opinion between Global South and the developed world, but these continue as an item. If you look at some of the key achievements we had in India, I think one I personally see as a key achievement was the inclusion of African Union in G20. I think it was a momentous occasion. As a permanent member, yeah, please go ahead. I think it was a great achievement. And it is a very important step for inclusivity and also to ensure we have a just global governance in G20. I think we will have much more engaged, let's say, solutions which address also the African issues. I've been speaking to a lot of my colleagues, including Macalossi and Susan, about the B20's, how do we sort of have continuity, and how do we sort of make sure that every presidency carries on the message forward? And, one of the things we've highlighted in India was this whole piece around setting up the B20 Institute, which was a concept at that time, which Chandra had proposed. It has moved forward. We are now ready with some initial thoughts. Yesterday, I had some brief discussion with Macalossi and his colleagues, as well as with Suzanne's colleagues. And it is going to be an interactive process to develop that framework forward. We believe that this institute, which will be owned by everybody, which will be something which will remain as a permanent support structure for all the B20s as the presidency passes from one point to another, will become the framework of being an additional support. There's all the support we have. We employ our associations, our companies, the consultants, many people we have, but I think this will be an additional support driven by the members, the organization and institutions. It will be additive, it will be inclusive, and it will be continuous. That's the idea we have. We don't know how it's going to develop, but we're going to give it a shot. By 2026, we believe it will be in a shape to give the support. It is not in a shape to give support here, and I really request your support to make it happen. If we all join together, it will move forward, and really we look forward to you because we need to own this together. The question you ask is, how do we make this a constant momentum forward? And I think that is something which we are all concerned, and I think that's what we want to do. The second one I want to suggest as a point is what Italy did when it was having the G20 presidency. They introduced the concept of KPI and monitoring the KPI. I think we must keep that measure up because that focuses our attention in finding solutions and how we are doing. And also we can sort of position that in front of decision makers to the wider stakeholder as possible, really how this whole process is working. So I remain very positive. This is a force for good, and this is force for positive change. And we must continue to put our efforts to make it better and bigger. Thank you.
My friend Colisi, we have been working together since August. I have some inner information on the work you guys are doing, but I think most of the audience is not that familiar yet. So we really wanted you to share with us how are you guys drawing and thinking about B20 South Africa, which is already moving forward. So the most you can share with us, the best, so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dan. And again, really a great sense of appreciation for the work we have done in the last few weeks together since August in helping us prepare for this presidency in the coming year. And for me, really, it is an honor to address you today as the incoming chair of the B20 South Africa. Really, our goal is to build on the strong foundation laid by previous presidencies, ensuring continuity while driving impactful change. I would like to outline the key strategies and principles that will guide our presidency and our approach to engaging stakeholders. Firstly, continuity with previous B20 is going to be paramount. We see our role building on the important work initiated by our predecessors. We have spent recent months working directly with our Brazil counterparts to ensure continuity. We will maintain the core structures and task forces of the B20, safeguarding continuity and building on the foundation laid by the past presidencies.
we are looking at 3 ways to build on this foundation. Firstly, pivoting to action and implementation. The Brazil B20 played a critical role in distilling outputs into 3 key actions per task force, helping focus attention. Policy development remains important, but we will pivot towards action and implementation of these key actions. Our presidency will focus on executing and delivering tangible outcomes from developed policies, thus ensuring meaningful impact. We will also continue to drive legacy projects, particularly Brazil's focus on women, diversity, and inclusion, striving for 50% female representation in task forces, reinforcing the importance of inclusivity, and driving global economic growth. As you will recall, Dan, I made the commitment to you in August that we will be at 50% when we get there this coming year of women in our structures. Driving unity in a divided world, embroiled in wars and geopolitical tension, is a key priority. As B20 South Africa, we recognize the need to foster stronger ties across borders. Our presidency will emphasize solidarity and economic growth, promoting shared solutions to challenges such as inequality, climate change, and digital transformation. We aim to build bridges between developed and developing nations, driving sustainable and inclusive growth. Third, we want to foster stronger collaboration between business and government for global economic and social development. Our experience in South Africa has shown the benefits of strong collaboration between business and government. We believe aligning economic policies with industry needs fosters innovation, drives inclusive growth, and addresses social challenges more effectively. We will advocate for business-driven insights to help G20 governments design policies that are better aligned with real-world economic challenges. And in conclusion, B20 South Africa strives to create a seamless transition, maintain continuity, and focus on critical global priorities while fostering inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Thank you.
Suzanne and Mr. Mukundan, please feel free also to ask any questions at any time or comments. But before, I would like to ask Ms. Suzanne Clark, how do you see the B20 ensuring sustained impact on key issues, especially with the annual rotation of leadership, as we do here, between the countries, and what is needed to strike a balance between long-term global goals and short-term national interests?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm representing gender inclusivity on the panel today. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce is proud to be here at, I think, Gary, our 14th B20 Summit. This is a really important part of our program of work, and I think the reason I feel its strength is really twofold. One, all of the work that we do with our partner organizations all year long. We aren't simply people who come together once a year or even through this process alone, but through AmChams and different chambers of commerce and different business organizations, and maybe most importantly, personal relationships that build real and authentic human relationships and human trust. Because in a world that's very divided, in a world that's very complicated, it frequently falls to the human being to be able to get anything done. So that is one reason that we feel it's strong, is the long-standing, ongoing partnerships and almost weekly and monthly work that we all do together. The second is that this is the global forum for the business community. And I believe our governments know that. And they know that it's the private sector that gets things done. So if the G20 wants to meet and should meet and talk about all sorts of important global challenges from climate to food security, etc., they then turn to the private sector to get it done. That's where the innovation, that's where the stick-to-itiveness actually happens. Because really it's governments that change more often than our organizations and what we can do together. So I would say, I think the rotating leadership is part of its strength. Because the business community in each of the B20 countries takes ownership and says, this is important to me, and that matters to their government. I think it mattered to the vice president to see his business leaders in this room. So I think the rotating, we want to be inclusive and we want to be authentic, the rotating chair really matters. And I think it's another form of real strength. In terms of global versus national interests, which I think was your second question, again, I think this is a time of real complexity in the world. And if you look at the United States, we have two presidential candidates who are, in my view, a little icy towards trade. But that does not change who the U.S. Chamber of Commerce is and what our business community believes or our commitment to our B20 partners and the work that we're willing to do. So our government might be going through a phase with some trade approaches we don't agree with. We stand with our B20 partners on still advocating for open government. So I guess at the end of the day, the B20 represents maybe one of the world's most effective public-private partnerships. And we have a great history to build on. And I think with South Africa's leadership, following on really your tremendous work this year, we have nowhere to go but up.
Suzanne, just one other question for you regarding this cycle. As I think was mentioned this morning, we went through the global south for a while, and when we get to the U.S., we go back to the so-called global north, and we have a chance to integrate formally, which is something that we are doing anyway in any cycle. But what's your view on this topic and this possibility that we have not only going around countries, but also crossing the global south, global north, and working together all the time?
I guess I think that's the whole point of the B20, right? We should be crisscrossing hemispheres, crisscrossing economies, creating and solidifying alliances, both economic and security alliances. This is an important part of our work. The United States is very much looking forward to chairing when it's our year. But first, we have a year of supporting our friends in South Africa and making sure that the continuity we've discussed goes on. And look, I don't think we have a choice. To your really good point, it's not like the issues are changing. Right? I mean, I would have loved it if when you hosted the B20, you had fixed climate change for all of us, but you didn't. And it's still an issue, and it's still something we have to do. So these are ongoing, long-term problems that require ongoing, long-term agendas and partnerships. And I think it's why continuity is so important. And it's why we started meeting as early as yesterday.
Very good. Mr. Mukundan, one question that I would ask to all of you, but starting with you. It's a hard question. We saw that those thematics, those themes that we are dealing here, climate, digitalization, unrepresented groups, compliance, and so forth, food security, they are all so relevant and they are somehow integrated. But do you have a view that any or a few of these subjects will be the main subjects over time, or we will still have a multiple agenda ahead of us?
So Dan, the way I think about it, some themes will run for much longer. And some themes may come, ebb and flow, but that's the way life is. So that, at least in my view, two themes are going to run very, very long, and there are consequences for other themes, is the theme of sustainability. You know, the countries have committed something like 2045, 2050, 2070, so we can't take our eye off the ball on them. And, you know, the G20 probably is going to circulate at least 1.5 times in presidency before it comes back by the time we hit 2050. So really, I think we really have to deliver this for the planet. And business has a shared interest. I'll tell you why. Because many of us operate businesses across countries. We are not in one country. So we really need to balance, and this is why I say business is force for good. So one theme is sustainability. I think we can say that every country will get there in a different time frame, but we need to get there by a certain time frame. That is 2050. Some countries may choose 2070, but companies don't have a choice. For example, our company has decided we will go to the most aggressive timeline because our customers are everywhere. We just cannot differentiate between. So we need to do this so in my view, sustainability is one area, and within sustainability, I think there are 3 themes which we need to focus on, which will run for a long time. One is carbon. Second is circularity, especially with respect to something like water. I think it's going to be very critical. And third is biodiversity. I think businesses need to get on top of biodiversity. This is not a central theme for us, but we need to get on. So I think that's one area. The second piece, which is going to run for a long time, is area of digital AI and whatever you want to call, because its impact is going to be, for a long time. And its impact is going to be on work, future of work. Your vice president spoke about skills. It's an issue about inclusivity, gender diversity. It impacts many, many spaces. But again, we need global guardrails on them. We need to work together on cybersecurity, because if all of us are digitized and everything is out there in cloud, we need to protect ourselves. So these 2 themes are central. But things like global value chain, I think once they get fixed, we may say it is less of a tension now. But these 2, I think in my view, are going to run a long time. In fact, when we formed the institute at the beginning, at least these were our initial thoughts, we said that we need to address sustainability and digital, but then we also wanted to address 2 other areas. One is, you spoke about it, we live in a fractured world. The world is now broken and many countries are looking inward. But businesses need to look together forward. And for that, I think trade is important. I'm so delighted this time in G20 that became a central point of discussion. How do we move forward? So I think that's one area which we think is the third area. And the last area is about skill and jobs. If you look at every place around the world, why there is so much of discontent? I think the discontent arises from not having meaningful work. We need to make sure every community has a meaningful work. And how do you do it? I think is a question for us, all of us to answer, especially in this changing world. So I would leave you with 2 key themes, but 2 sub-themes which we need to deal with.
I wonder if I might jump in for a minute. Another one that I think is really important is the work that the B20 does on rule of law. You know, as I travel the world in my day job, and to your very good point, talk to business leaders around the globe and government leaders around the globe, this is the topic that comes up the most. What are our democratic norms? What does transparency and governance look like? What does rule of law look like? Because this underpins everything from our contracts to our treaties. And so the work that we can do to ensure really upholding these norms, I think matters. And if you look at a lot of the world's trade agreements right now, lots of disputes, lots of ignoring, say, the WTO or a dispute resolution panel. And so it gives governments the excuse to say, well, these agreements don't work anyway. So I think our ability as business leaders to really drive the government leaders towards understanding the importance of rule of law and consistency and transparency as we want to do business around the globe has got to stay front and center in the agenda.
Kolisi, can you share with us your views on those themes, and which will be, in your view, the most relevant themes, if you could select, on B20 South Africa, and how to make them show up in the G20 agenda? How can we work better to make that happen?
This morning I was in a panel which talked about what is going to be the role of leadership into the future. And it really talks to understanding that what we as leaders, as business leaders, were driven by in the future in terms of just about profits has got to be about doing good is good for the bottom line. Because we are in a very, very unequal globe. And the issues that we are dealing with around inclusive growth, for me, becomes paramount. Because for as long as there are those who are starving, for those who have no access to health care, for those who have no access to education, for those who feel that the distribution of wealth is so inequitable that for them the issue about survival becomes paramount. It becomes our problem because that in itself creates instability in the world. And therefore, one cannot run away from the fact that unless our solutions actually does talk to inclusivity and the upliftment of the poor of the poorest, the globe will continue being fractured. We will see wars. You will see generations of unrest. And that will not be good for our business. So the question is, what is our future agenda as business to ensure that we can uplift so that for all of us, not only for the South, but the North and the South seeing it as their collective responsibility, that a world order that does not look to upliftment of the most poor will leave us impoverished. Because wars don't create great opportunities except for the armaments industries. And that's not what we want. That's not a world we want.
Any thoughts on that? Any comments? Please feel free.
I sort of completely agree with this point that inclusive growth must be the agenda on our table. And I think it is an imperative at the national level. We all recognize it. I think what McCloskey has highlighted is that it must be taken to the global level. It must be across the border. How do you arrive at it? It's a complex issue. I think we need to deal with it. And I really think one of the points which why B20 is so good, and I really see this, because we engage with customers every day. We engage with consumers every day. You know, when you get elected, you got 5 years before you see the door in the office. But if your customers walk out of the store, you see it the very next day. So we can't wait for 5 years for things to move. And I think that's why B20, in my view, it's important that we come together, position this for the policymakers, as you mentioned, in the right frame, so that we move forward in the right direction. So really, I appreciate the thought on inclusive growth. We would certainly support South Africa in its effort in making sure that's a central agenda as far as next 1 year is concerned, without leaving the other agenda. We can't leave the other agenda. They are important, but I think bringing a better balance, including inclusive growth, I think is a great idea. We should support it.
Suzanne, any comments?
I don't know how any human being could disagree with this comment, and I think particularly about the poorest of the poor. And I think some of the other issues, whether it's climate or water, make these issues worse. And so I think the agenda in some ways ties together about what it is the private sector can do to help these problems and what it is the private sector can do to pressure our governments to deal with these problems. And I would say even in the United States. I mean, a lot of you here have asked me what's happening in this election and why is it so close? And some of it is that the poor in the United States feel that it is unequal and they're not sure where their opportunity comes from, and they're not sure in an uncertain world what the future looks like. And so I think this happens in every corner of the globe. And so the push towards making sure the poorest of the poor are taken care of should be both a human priority, but also it is a business priority.
Very good. Sir Mukundan, there is always this global and local dimension of the B20, G20 exercise that a country go through. Having been now 1 year after the Indian cycle, what is your feeling in the industry association, in the business community, of having gone through the B20, G20 India cycle in regards to the socio-economic development of the country? What could you point out as interesting things having gone 1 year ahead?
So one of the things, Dan, very interesting about the work we do, when B20, you have this task force, the groups, it's really a bottom-up work. Companies, small, medium. In fact, I've got some of my members of the task force who are from MSME. They are small micro companies. They're also, their voices here. So when you do this bottom-up work, ground up to build the agenda and see what are the priorities, really, it is the absolute truth from the grassroots. That's what business needs. And I really, this was my first experience last year. I'd never gone through before. And it was really such an enriching experience to go through this, because that becomes the agenda for the industry association. I can tell you there is also the agenda for the company now. So really, I think while we present this, you presented a report to your vice president, and really we do that. But I think in that lies hard work of millions of people who have come together. Firstly, I think we must appreciate everybody put the work together. So please give everybody who's not in the room a big round of applause, because it's their work. And I really think we can take this at the, let's say at the global level. We can take it at the country level. But more importantly, I tell my members in the association, why don't you put it inside your company's agenda? Make it real for yourself. Make it real for some of the team members who worked on it. And I think that's the shift. We have to see the change outside within ourselves. That's the one thing I want to say. If every company who's here in the room took that agenda and went out, the change will begin to happen for real.
Very good. Thank you. Kolisi, any views on the legacy for South Africa? If you could look ahead in the future, what would you expect as some of the results for the country, not only for the global debates, once you're done with your cycle?
I think there is a time where we cannot see a G20 there and a B20 here. Because everything that we do, it's about how best we collaborate between what business is able to bring it to the table in terms of how we can address these challenges, but collaborating effectively and working effectively in such a way that early on our political leaders understand what's going to be their role in ensuring that some of these policies that are required and necessary are party to their own agenda. And this is why, for me, that as an example, we have found ourselves as a country in South Africa where we've had, as a business, have come together with the government to deal with serious crises. The first big crisis where the necessity to actually form this type of collaboration was how we as a country were going to deal with the COVID pandemic. You see, the unfortunate thing about this pandemic, it doesn't show class, it doesn't see class, it doesn't see status, because this virus just killed right across. So there was no time to be arguing about, issues around what's in my best interest and what is in your best interest. But the interest was how we collaborate to actually deal with this. And we actually did a very successful job. A lot of resources was brought in by the private sector and a lot of initiatives, and I would say things that would have probably taken years for the government to even contemplate doing had to be done with immediate effect, so that we as business and the government actually said, we have to, it's almost saying, forget politics, forget everything that always creates divides around getting things done, and we're simply saying, we're going to rewrite the rules, how we're going to engage on terms of dealing with this crisis. And it was done. And so the question then for me then is, how then do you create that type of collaboration whereby governments don't see themselves as just only political masters, but also are very keen to understand how business can actually partner with them in actually thinking about how we can solve these things and how business can bring insights and inputs to all of this so that we can collectively co-create with them what those outcomes could be and what role they will need to play and what role we will need to play. And so for me, I would be hoping on the model that we have also put in South Africa, because I can tell you right now, when we come at the end of our B20 cycle, we will continue using that model to execute exactly these things that we see as greatly important, because we have got a platform already that allows us to do that. Thank you.
Very good, very good. Suzanne, any comments regarding some expectations for U.S. as a leader in 2026?
Yes, I would like to not follow you as a speaker anymore. I think we'd have somebody in between us, maybe, someone kind of pedantic and boring we could put between us. So I don't think I'm quite the public speaker that you are. But I believe what you're saying is really important, and I would just say this. For me, I don't think the U.S. can wait until the end of 2026 to say, well, how do we do? I think we need to be evaluated on how well we support South Africa. I think we need to be evaluated on how well we set up the continuity. But also, as I said earlier, that this isn't just B20 work. This is AmCham work. This is Bilateral Business Council work. This is B2G and B2B work that has to happen all year long. Our ambassadors have to be aware when they're in your countries of how important the private sector is. We have to be aware of both American FDI and also make it easier for companies to come into the United States. We need to make sure that when you are all visiting the United States, you are meeting with the right levels of government, and when your governments come to Washington, that we're doing the same thing for them. And so for me, yes, the legacy will be important, but it's too far off. So right now we are in a supporting role for our friends in South Africa. We will be there to +1 everything that you need to get done. But we will also be working on the broader legacy of the public-private partnerships that are so important to solving these great world challenges in the meantime.
Very good. Well, I think we can take out from this conversation again the relevance of continuity, the relevance of cooperation, as I think as Suzanne said, not only among us within the B20, G20 cycle, but with all these other organizations. And as you pointed out in the Indian exercise, the amount of companies, small, medium, large, micro, all involved in this process, that seems to be the most important aspect of doing this exercise on a routine basis every year. Of course, updating the model every year, but also bringing in the good stuff that we find out that is working. And hopefully we can continue to impact society, governments, and ourselves as business to keep moving forward in these so important agendas that we, again, found out in the Brazilian leadership cycle. So thank you very much. And of course, as we get close to the end of the Brazilian cycle of B20, we are all very excited and honored to support South Africa as India did with us. and hopefully we will have again a very good and important year which will foster socioeconomic development around the world. Thank you very much.
And congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for participating in this panel. We invite all participants to take an official photo at the center of the stage. Thank you once again. And we're moving to our next panel. From Policy to Action, B20 Brasil Legacy Initiatives. During the B20 Brasil cycle, a wide range of recommendations have been presented aiming to promote global economic development in a sustainable and productive way. But B20 not only is about recommendations, it also engages in concrete actions. To close B20 Brazil, this panel will now look at B20's legacy program and present the strategies planned to ensure a tangible impact on society and the local agenda. We warmly welcome the guest speakers here on the stage. The B20 Brasil Sherpa Constança Negri, the B20 South Africa Sherpa Casco Varia, the CEO of Bloomberg New Energy Finance, BNEF John Moore, the founder and global CEO of the Stefanini Group, the B20 AI platform, Marco Stefanini. The Secretary General of the International Chamber of Commerce, ICC, John Denton. The Senior Specialist on Collective Action at the Basel Institute of Governance, Scarlett Vanenwetsch. And to moderate, we invite to the stage the B20 Brazil coordinator, Miguel Castro. Miguel, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I think we have a big challenge now because we're standing between you guys and the cocktail. And this excitement that you just saw when I was climbing is because I brought 25 of my closest cousins from Colombia to do that. So it paid off. That's good. Well, welcome guys to the final session of the B20 plenary. We're very happy. As I mentioned, we have a big challenge that is to keep it lively, punchy, because these are the patient guys that stayed until the end. So a little bit to break and the protocol and the script. I'm going to start already breaking the script. I wanted to invite, we're talking about legacies now. And behind any legacy, there's human beings. We are the ones that carry the legacies. So behind all this, and behind all this year, there was a great team in the B20 Secretariat. I just asked them to sit them there. I want them to stand up and help me to give the warmest applause so that it feels like there's a million people here. Thank you very much. Okay, we broke protocol. I think we keep it lively. So let's continue. Now we have the second challenge, that is to talk about action. All these 2 days we have said, we talk about the challenges, we talk about what to do, and we make a call to, we need to implement action. Well, this panel is all about that, and our panelists have the answers to all global challenges, isn't it? Climate change, AI, and everything. So be ready to find all the solutions here. And we're going to start about talking about the B20 legacies, which is our strategy to bring continuity and impact to our recommendations. And for that, I'm going to start inviting Constanza, that has led all this process, to tell us a little bit about the strategy and vision that we constructed here in the Legacy Program and how we intend to create impact and continuity through this front. Constanza, with you.
Thank you very much, Miguel. And I think that we have a stuff to show you here. I don't know whether the presentation is going to be on screen, but if not, I'm asking the colleagues. Let me see. So as Miguel said, and I'm going to be brief on that because I want you to have the time to hear about the initiatives, is that as a complement to the policy track that the B20 has traditionally, we were asking ourselves all the time, what is success of the B20 Brasil for us? And while we were asking ourselves this question, we understood that it would be interesting to establish a strategy of legacy. And that legacy is divided in 3 pillars. The first pillar, what you see there, is what we call from the B20 to the B20. So it's the way, how do we tackle this sort of challenge that we have, that in terms of not having an institutional permanent organization, at a certain time, this has advantages and disadvantages, but in terms of continuity, there's always I feel like you are reinventing the wheel, starting from scratch for every B20 presidency. So in that aspect, we decided that it would be interesting to work in some sort of, not institutional setting, nothing new, but providing a well handover organized material, and having frequent sessions with the colleagues that would be incoming, in our case, South Africa, but even going beyond. So in this case, we established a strategy to start working with incoming presidency, and we provided a virtual handbook where it's sort of, if you want to organize a B20, where do you start from? How do you finish? And this has been already concluded. And also we had sessions with our colleagues, virtuals and in person. The second pillar of our legacy is also as a complement, and it will be more discussed in detail by my colleagues and myself afterwards, is how do we complement this sort of policy dimension, which is extremely relevant, but it's not immediate. Sometimes it's challenging when you go to explain to business, well, you are doing all these policy recommendations, but what is tangible for that? And that takes time. So we understood that it was important to complement with some concrete initiatives for which we created some design principles, like being concrete actions that they should include relevant different G20 countries, not just one country, one company, so answering to collective interests, that they had to be connected with our guiding principles, and they should also be connected with our policy recommendations. And after we did all this sort of methodology internally, we started looking for those concrete initiatives. And I think that one of the interesting points to share here is that it's a lot of effort, because we were very, very strict in trying to find initiatives that are not on paper. They're real initiatives already happening, and that can be, let's say, that they are live already. So we are not discussing about ideas on paper. And last but not least, I think that one of the other important aspects that we understood it was relevant for Brazil, because at a certain point when you start the B20, you need to do like an effort from the local to the global, so that you make sure that your business will be trying to influence, but they need to sort of switch the chip to make sure that they are bringing elements for a global discussions. So this is one way. But the other way around, from the global to the local, is extremely relevant. And it's also relevant that they don't mix up. So we understood that it was important to sort of create some sort of from the B20 to Brazil. And this is part of the legacy that we are starting to build now after all this event, all the policy papers, where we will select the 10 priority topics, and we're going to see why those topics are relevant for Brazil, where are the opportunities, the pain points of those topics, and where are the main initiatives that are already ongoing that Brazil could tackle. So in a certain way, I think that here is about showing that as a complement to the policy track, we created some sort of strategy for this legacy aspect that at the very beginning we were trying not to be like something very vague, but to be more a concrete agenda. So for the time being, those will be my points, Miguel. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Constanza. So as you saw, what we tried to do is structure this, and what you explained, something more internal for the B20, something that we show impact to society, and something that stays with Brazil. And it goes beyond our presidency. So the first message here is to the B20 Secretariat team, the hard work is not stopping here, we will continue. So those that thought that it was ending, we will continue. And second, that we want to work in partnership with South Africa. And Cass, here is a note for you. You're embarking on this difficult task of structuring a B20. We have several conversations in the past. You know that before starting the B20, I had long hair, and now I'm bald because of the B20. So you know what is coming in front of you. And we want to ask you to share your vision. You have now this legacy of impact and continuity that we have constructed hand in hand with you guys. What is your vision? How do you see it happening next year?
Thanks, Miguel, and thank you, Constanza. So, you know, you're right. We've been in a fortunate position that we started interacting with you in August. We got a very, very detailed briefing from you, and it's put us in a position where we don't necessarily need to reinvent anything. We can, to a great extent, learn from your experiences and follow through on those. Obviously, positioning it for the South African situation. And in the previous panel and in a number of panels that we've been through in the last couple of days, and in all the discussions we've been having, bilateral discussions we've been having with a number of people in the last couple of days, some things have become very, very clear. One, that we're living in a very uncertain world. Two, that there's significant inequality and exclusion in many parts of the world, and even in so-called developed countries, you're still facing that. So the way we want to go about this, and what we would see as some of our critical issues, are to begin to look at how we collaborate to bring together businesses in different parts of the world. So that we have a common agenda for business and what we expect successful business to actually produce. And I don't mean just producing goods and services, but successful businesses and successful economies must lead to successful people, must lead to a reduction in inequality, must lead to creation of jobs, must lead to utilizing of critical tools to do business. And so we would want to a certain extent, follow on from Brazil and look at some of the legacy issues that Brazil has put on the table and build on those, but incorporate into the discussions of the task forces how we actually deal with these real global issues that we need to deal with that actually put a very, very big burden on a number of people in our world and also create significant challenges for business. And I think business needs to rise to those. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Cass. I think that behind all this, what we have is a message of really working on the Troika approach with the structure, with pillars, to have the impact and the continuity that we need. To pass the message to G20, to pass the message to society, we really need to work with this Troika view and Troika approach. So, as Constanza mentioned, we had 3 pillars of legacies. The second pillar was intended to address more the society with clear initiatives that try to bring a little bit more, walk the talk, let's say, a little bit. And we have here a good set of panelists that are supporting us in these initiatives that we have constructed under the B20 to Society pillar. These are initiatives that are linked to our guiding claims, net zero transition, combat against inequalities, hunger and poverty, resilience, and so on. And we have partnered with these organizations because we know there are leaders in these areas and we can continually improve those actions. So we're going to start introducing it to you. And the mission of these guys and lady is to make a great pitch so that you embark on this journey with us and start working on these initiatives actively. And the first one that we're going to introduce relates to one of our guiding claims related to the fair net zero transition. This has been an approach that all task forces have addressed, how to ensure that we have a fair net zero transition. From trade to employment, reskilling, energy transition, this has been echoed a lot. And we have partnered, John, with BNF in order to create something in which we can facilitate implementation of those recommendations. So, John, please take us through the B20 Climate Hub and the continuity of the Carbon Knowledge Hub.
Sure. Thank you very much. And yeah, I mean, the thing about all of these issues is that they're very complex. They evolve over time. So at any one point in time, you can never know everything you need to action, if you like. So you've really got to keep tracking it. So the idea for the initiatives we've worked on is that these are ongoing live databases, live data, updated over time so that people can, anybody from the public can always go there, find out the latest information. So the Carbon Knowledge Hub we actually started 3 years ago for Indonesia. So the carbon market's a very important topic. It's evolving a lot. It's been around a long time, but it's still hopefully on the way up. And so really what we wanted to do was to lay out a set of fact sheets because a lot of people don't really understand. So capacity building was the sort of hot topic. It used to be called training, now it's called capacity building. But people really didn't understand enough about the carbon markets. So the idea was in one place we'd have literally some of these very simple carbon 101. How do the carbon markets work? How do you trade? How do they get priced? What's compliance? What's voluntary? Those kinds of things. So there are a set of fact sheets there that everybody could start to get smart on. And then also we've just put a data tracker on. So again, over time, the idea is not only will it evolve, but it'll also be enhanced. So we put a data tracker on there. So you can now see time series data, how big are the carbon markets coming, what are the prices, etc. How is that evolving over time? And also it's also mapped back to the B20 policies. And in fact, we looked at all of the climate policies from Italy onwards, so from 2021, 22, 23, and now Brazil, and said, okay, what were those to do with carbon and how do they map? So in one place you can go and really get a good sense for what's been said, what were the goals, and what are the tools that people need. So that's really the Knowledge Hub, and the idea is we'll keep going on that. It'll keep evolving, keep improving, getting deeper. On the policy side, the climate policy side, as a business, we've spent a lot of time working on this, and we have a database of sort of best practices, if you like. on the policy side across a wide range. And the idea was to map that to the B20 recommendations. So you can actually go onto this hub. It's version 1, so it's year 1, so it's version 1. It'll get better next year and the year after. We'll keep building on it. But the idea is you can say, well, what was the policy? What may that be in terms of an action? What does a best practice look like? I turn it into a real example. So one of those was the auctions in Brazil, the renewable auctions in Brazil as an example. And then also, what's the impact of that? Because we only want to put on best practices that actually work. So it can't be, this is what we'd like to happen. It's got to be, this is an example of something that's been put in place. So those auctions have actually driven $200 billion worth of investment in renewables since 2007. So if you're a country and you want to think about auctions, you should copy Brazil. You know, Brazil's a great example. So that's just a good example of how, you know, really just sharing how we can improve, what actions we can take, and the impacts of those actions can really benefit everybody and hopefully accelerate change.
Thank you very much, John. And just to note, everybody, the 2 platforms are already online. We had a totem there in the lounge where you can access actually both websites, and you can visit them and explore all the information that there is. And also, John, I think that's a perfect example of what we're talking about, continuity and impact. Because we have taken this legacy of B20 Indonesia, we have worked on things that also suit our presidency, and we continued. And also an impact, because by linking the recommendations with the best practices and the impact that you're measuring the B20 Climate Hub, we can contribute a little bit more towards implementation and really turn B20 also in a forum that asks, have we improved? Have we achieved something of what we said over the past years? And this is a tool that intends to do so within a key area that is climate change. I'm going to now jump to the integrity and compliance topics with you, Scarlett, and anti-corruption. That has been also an issue that we have addressed directly in the B20 Brasil. We have retaken the integrity and compliance task force. We have put this topic in the center of the discussions because we know it's transversal. Corruption is something that hinders all the implementation of public policies and so that people reach the benefits of those. So this is very important, and we have partnered with the Basel Institute of Governance to launch this platform on collective action. Guide us through it, please.
Thank you, Miguel. I also wanted to thank again the B20 Brazil for bringing back the Integrity and Compliance Task Force this year. It's such an important topic, discussing with companies how to address those common issues of corruption and strengthen integrity and ethical leadership. We at the Basel Institute on Governance have been a long-standing B20 network partner and also, of course, are the host of the hub. So for us, it's a great honor that this has been chosen as a B20 Legacy Brazil project. We've heard over the last 2 days in multiple panels about the importance of collaboration and collective action, the importance of reaching across the aisle between companies, private sector, government and civil society, and how important that is for us to be able to achieve the aims that we've set. And reading the policy document, they're very ambitious aims. How do we translate that into action on the ground and impact? And the B20 Collective Action Hub is a tool and a platform that really aims to enable the business community to come together on these topics and implement one of the core and long-standing B20 recommendation around collective action. You already mentioned this is coming out of the Integrity and Compliance Task Force. As part of the task force, collective action has been a long-standing topic. Here we are talking specifically about anti-corruption collective action. That is a term that's been coined by the World Bank in the early 2000s, really highlighting the importance of the private sector in the fight against corruption. That the private sector is not just part of the problem, it needs to be part of the solution. And out of that came a sort of approach that really focused on developing multi-stakeholder initiatives where the private sector is in the driver's seat. So private sector focused and driven initiatives around integrity, transparency and anti-corruption. That has led to a bit of a movement that has been taken up by the B20 over many years. In 2013, we were mandated to set up this hub to allow the community to come together and cover the best practices, learn from one another, and find all of the relevant information on this topic. So that's what we've been trying to do. We now have at the center of the hub a database that covers over 325 initiatives worldwide in over 26 sectors and 86 countries. So we like to say it is a global movement. Aside from the information on the database, we also have a lot of additional support documents, publications, e-learnings, etc., to support the community to understand how to build those multi-stakeholder initiatives to address corruption. But it's not just information, it's also about the community. There's ways to engage, there's ways to connect. We have a help desk, we also have a mentoring program to work both with companies but also civil society and government on these topics. And that has grown basically on a needs basis over the years. What is new this year for us in the B20 Hub is that we've used the data now for the first time that's in the database to actually develop and conceptualize together with the B20 this year a KPI specific to collective action. So we're now going to be monitoring in the next coming years the engagement of government and the support of government in these initiatives, which is also crucial to incentivize the private sector to engage. We're at 45%. We are aiming for 100% by 2030, so we have our work cut out for us. But we as the Institute have committed to keeping up this information beyond, of course, the B20 cycle and to regularly input in the upcoming B20 cycles on the topic. And we really look forward to carrying it on to South Africa and into the future, hopefully together with everyone here and everyone who joins us on the B20 journey. So thank you.
Thank you, Scarlett. And again, this is a clear example of how we're connecting recommendations to concrete actions, and the KPI that is directly linked to one of the recommendations of the task force is going to be measured by this platform, is going to tell us how we're doing in this front. So it's very important for us to have continuity and to measure the impact of our recommendations. Now we move to the trend topic of this year, probably, or also last year, AI. Marco. It's a big challenge. We have, I'm going to say maybe not that rigorously, but this is maybe the first time in which B20 has put AI as a center thematic piece of its work. It has influenced all task forces, again, recommendations. There's some sort of reference to AI in our recommendations, either by applications or the impacts that it may have, how they should be developed. So with that in mind, we have thought that we needed a legacy that connects with this clear objective of the B20. We have come up with key partners with this B20 AI platform, which has two components, Marco. We have this part of the statement and the invitation to all companies and private sector to join this declaration, in which we gather the recommendations on AI and the points that the B20 is saying about AI, so that the business community has a single voice and an improved voice in terms of AI to the world. And we have also a part that it's about the practices and the cases and the importance of AI for productivity. So Marco, lead us through the AI platform.
Okay. Thank you. You already gave a good briefing about the platform. I want to emphasize again that yesterday we had a good panel yesterday about AI, that AI is changing the way of companies doing business, increasing efficiency, accelerating new products, developing new products, also improve the quality, and also we can see a lot of impact in society, like education, agro and food, reducing consumption of energy, water, improving a lot of ESG initiatives, mainly in the manufacturing side. And then what we did, that in order to execute and improve to this AI task force, we developed a website that everybody, people and companies, they can consult and they can publish real cases, some best practices also, that I ask all of you, all the audience and the society to, of course, to input a lot of cases there, because then we can send for the next B20 South Africa a strong legacy in terms of AI practices. Okay, that is I understand that is very important to be more tangible and also to execute what we are discussing during all these panels, not only AI. That's finally, I understand that many CEOs, executives, leaders, they dedicate a lot of time, yes, efforts to build this strong recommendation. That's, I understand that now is the time to touch down, to land, and try to execute at least part of this recommendation. This is what we expect from Brazil, our legacy to send for the next one, that's South Africa. Okay? Then in the end is our website we did in less than 2 weeks, and I hope that you can use it, okay? And you can use it as an app also, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marco. And the opportunity to tell you that also the platform is live, and you can, if you agree with the recommendations that are there, that compile our work of this year, you can adhere to the statement that is there and make this an even more powerful tool and maybe improve it over the years as we move ahead in the next presidencies. So with that note, we pass to a critical issue of the G20 this year for Brazil, John, that was combat poverty and hunger. And the G20 has said this is a priority for Brazil. They have created this alliance against poverty and hunger. And we as the B20 also said this is a priority for this year. And we have come up with you guys as key partners with a great initiative that intends to contribute to that alliance. ICC is a partner of the alliance of the G20, and now with this tool and the B20 support, we can contribute even more with key and concrete practices to solve these issues. John, explain us a little bit what this food and loss challenge is.
Now, Miguel, I have to say, I have never heard or seen someone get such a rock star welcome to the panel as you just got before. I don't know how that happened, but congratulations to you. So, big hand for Miguel. I think it's pretty amazing. I feel slightly intimidated to be on the stage with you, actually. Can I also shout out to Costanza? I mean, look, really, I've been involved with G20 since the foundation, and I've got to tell you, the role of the B20 Sherpa, it's pretty tough. But look at you. You look completely composed, you look completely in control, and you've actually delivered an incredibly successful B20. So congratulations to you. And I know Dan was just here, and he's just left, but a big shout out to Dan. But I was actually incredibly privileged, and I will come to the point in a second, because I was able to serve as co-chair of the Finance and Infrastructure Task Force. And I got to tell you, a couple of things came out of that for me. First of all, it was extremely well led by Luciana. And one of the things I've always focused on with the G20, particularly the B20, is to have concrete deliverables. And we had concrete deliverables out of that, and it's really important, and it actually is related to a very important issue, which is economic growth, but inclusive economic growth. How do we reset the macroprudential framework? And I can tell you, that was extremely well led, so it's a big shout out. But also the focus on deliverables for me is really important, so a big shout out to you. And I've had the privilege of meeting with our brothers and sisters from South Africa this morning, and I know that their focus will also be on ensuring deliverables in the process of delivering inclusive growth for everyone. I am so happy, by the way, that the ICC has been able to lend its support to 3 critical areas here. First of all, this issue about ensuring that we recognize and we make opportunities available to all our people, which is where She Leads actually is so important in terms of She Leads B20. I mean, I think we all know that it's important that we keep the focus on diversity on a continual basis. Otherwise, we will continue to see sliding. We have insisted at the ICC on 50-50 on our executive board. When we had the opportunity to recast our whole ICC court, we went straight to 50-50. So let's be very clear, you can do it, and She Leads is a very important initiative, and we're very happy to support that, and we take it extremely seriously. As we take seriously the creation of economic opportunity for all. And of course, one of the key drivers of that is trade, but one of the key drivers of trade is actually by bringing more women and enabling more women to engage in trade. So again, this is another institution and another movement that will come out of the Brazil B20, and we are delighted to be part of that. And I got to tell you, we can actually, there's some low-hanging fruit, as they say, that we can actually progress. I now want to come to the substance, which is really around this issue of food. After the invasion of Ukraine, there was a sudden change in the way in which food was available on a global basis. And the Secretary-General of the UN created a global crisis response group. And he put front and center in that the crisis that quickly emerged on access to food. And I was privileged to co-chair that group and actually develop things like the Black Sea Agreement for the Secretary-General. But the reason we did that is that hunger is real. Food scarcity is real. And part of food scarcity comes from the inability to actually look at it sustainably, which goes to the issue of food waste and loss. So what I like about the inventiveness of the Brazil B20 is throwing out some challenges. So what we're going to do together, and I'm really delighted that South Africa has also agreed to be part of this as well, we've thrown out a global challenge against food loss and waste as the first part of our contribution to improving access to food on a global basis. What that will do, we'll work with the private sector globally to identify the 5 key pain points and invite proposals then after assessment by the FAO, the World Food Programme, IFAD, B20 Brazil, B20 South Africa, ICC, and then we will identify the 5 best projects to support action on those pain points. I mean, that's really delivering a result. And then we're going to take that to the World Food Summit in Rome at the FAO and then give them publicity, but also give them profile. The 5 key issues, the 5 key problems that need to be solved to ensure that we battle against food loss and battle against waste. That is incredibly practical. What I like about it as a private sector guy, it's competitive and will actually allow us to focus very clearly on an outcome which we can then deliver to the world as part of the B20 process, which originated out of Brazil. And what I also like, because you would have heard the passion with which the ICC deals with this issue of hunger, is that we've been also honoured to be appointed one of the founding members of the president of the G20, Lula's initiative on the Global Alliance Against Poverty and Hunger. And we'll be able to use this piece as a bridge to support that with concrete deliverables as well. So what you're hearing a constant theme here, which is Brazil has actually given us inspiration. Brazil has focused us on concrete deliverables. And frankly, even listening today, I've become more inspired. There are other aspects that actually being part of the Brazil B20 drives me to think about. I genuinely now believe that the ICC should reweight more of its attention to Brazil, in particular building on the climate hub that you've developed. A problem that we want to solve is how do we bring integrity to voluntary carbon markets. We want to think now about creating, I'm inspired by the Brazil B20, creating a centre here on voluntary carbon markets to bring the integrity of the institution, which is the ICC, to bear on that, to make it easier for business to get involved in that market. And I think a net winner will be Brazil, but what I also think, this will be the start of a global opportunity for voluntary carbon markets thinking out of Brazil, which will be endorsed and enabled by the ICC in concert with the Brazil B20. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. And now I'm very amazed of how we constructed now a potential new legacy in just 3 minutes. I very much like the idea of the integrity and carbon markets. And also what you mentioned, practicality, how to be practical. And I think this challenge that will be launched and that you'll hear about. It's about that, concrete solutions and how we can contribute to a problem that has an angle on climate, has an angle social aspects. And that's what it's all about and what we have intended with this pillar of legacies. And on this, you have also helped me to introduce the next two legacies. That is focus also, again, in one of our key guiding claims of diversity and inclusion, also a strategic objective of G20 Brasil. And we have come up with two initiatives that address this specific issue. And I invite Constance, our Sherpa, also to guide us through this too.
Thank you very much, Miguel. So it's my pleasure to introduce legacies on such an important topic. I will start by the one related to B20 G20, so it's women in trade. And our legacy is about B20 G20 cooperation. As we heard from the Vice President today, it was the first time that the Trade and Investment Working Group had as a priority increasing the participation of women in trade. And given our, let's say, strategy that we're trying to work close with G20 since the very beginning, it was born now an initiative that is a legacy, and it's about bringing a close diagnosis of what are the main challenges for increasing participation of women in trade. You might think, well, the challenges more or less they are well known, yes, but they were not seen with the G20 lenses. So in order for the G20 to do proposals, policies that are focusing on the participation of women in trade, we established this partnership in which the B20 elaborated a survey, a very wide survey, looking for the main challenges that women face in participating. We had the cooperation of BCG, it's important to mention in this survey, and this survey, this report serve as an input for the work that the G20 elaborated in terms of best practices and policies. So our idea is that this legacy, this exercise, will be sort of more institutional in the incoming editions, and that we will be able to update this rich survey, which I'm not going to present now into details. So this is our first legacy, and which has been, of course, discussed with the colleagues of South Africa. And I think that one of the points that I like to describe these legacies as public goods. I think this is what they are. It's not about one company's projects. Those are initiatives that exist independently of who has the presidency. And we're looking into a collective model of governance for those initiatives. So the one on women in trade is, we call that the preliminary partners are ICC, OECD, and ITC. And I think here I would like to recognize and acknowledge from our team, Gabriela Leone, who has been leading this initiative and was a crucial pillar for this initiative to be born. And last but not least, let me go to the second initiative. Just to give you a spoiler, I also need to recognize and acknowledge the contribution of a member of the team, because those two legacies, they were born, let's say, from the activities of the Secretariat. And this one comes from a man, and it's Miguel. So this legacy that I'm going to introduce came as an inspiration from Miguel, and I think this is extremely important to recognize. And this initiative is about our own homework. When we started building the B20, I was, and Gabriela and some of the main team that was at the very beginning were very tough. We need women. We need women. Where are those women? Where do we find them? And this was very, very tough for us. So we sort of tried to establish a very high ambition in terms of the composition of the B20, because if we are talking about the participation of women in trade, we also need to do this homework within the B20. And we were sort of fortunate because in the B20, in our edition, we sort of improved considerably the participation of women, not the number that we want, but we increased sort of 10-15 point percentage if we look into previous editions at the leadership level, so chairs, co-chairs, and at the technical level as well, because we need to look these two levels. So this legacy is about a compromise, a pledge for the B20 to increase the participation of women to attain 50% in 2030. We are not establishing, I think the percentage it needs to be realistic because we know it's not always easy. But we also bring a contribution for this initiative because it's about bringing international organizations, and this is not a closed list. I think it's important for you to understand that those are open legacies. So it's about bringing from actors that already have a list of connections of networks of women to contribute and to bring some sort of intelligence that for every year when a B20 presidency is starting, they will provide and they will help support given lists of women that would be willing and could be considered as part of the B20. So this is, she leads an initiative. And I think it's important to mention that before launching, we've discussed all these legacies, but specifically more than the other ones, this one with the colleagues of South Africa, because it's not about us doing a compromise for ourselves. It's just seeing if this can be a collective compromise from the B20 leaders and incoming presidencies. So I think those are my points, Miguel, and thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Constanza. So these two initiatives are very close to our hearts, and that's why we're very happy to propose now to the world. I just want to see, I see a couple of women leaders that join us, Bettina, Solange. If I'm missing somebody else from the audience, well, you are an example for us and for these initiatives, and we inspired certainly on you to propose this. And this is also about walking the talk. If we are passing recommendations to the G20 to talk about gender, inclusivity, diversity, we need to be a diverse and inclusive global forum of discussion. So it starts in our own house. On that note, and given that we have some time, and I've been informed that it's still the sugar in the caipirinhas, it's not just ready for the cocktail. I want to also again give you one more minute, and you feel comfortable you don't want to answer this question, but if we're to think about success about our legacies, the platforms that we're presenting, we think about, let's put ourselves in 3 years ahead from here, 5 years, let's say. What lead us to that success, and what would that success be for each of the thematics and legacies that you're preparing here? Any brave one to start? John, I'm looking at you. John Moore.
Okay, sure. Then two things I would say. One is engagement. So what we want, we've built these great platforms, but platforms only really work if you get engagement. So we really want to market them, we want to communicate them, we want people to understand what we have, what's available, to really, spend time on them. And then I suppose they need to apply that. So, if it's policies, they need to take those policies and, implement them within their geography. Or if it's about carbon, they need to start, thinking about trading, what can it do for their business? So it's really, until it's really led to actual action, I think they're nice to have, and that's actually quite hard. As Bloomberg, we have a lot of platforms. The hard bit is not hard. It's not hard to build a great platform. The hard bit is getting people to use it and really know that it's there and think about it as part of something they can use. And these are free to air, so everybody can use it. It's really getting out, marketing it, and then getting that flow and activity.
That's very important. I think it's also an inspiration for how we should evolve with South Africa, the United States. It's good. Any other candidate, Marco?
Maybe we know that everybody spend a lot of time discussing and working hard for this B20, but for me it's always more difficult to execute what you plan. Yes, planning is always less difficult than execution. That for me it's a good target, could be a good goal, wonderful goal, is executing, at least reach at least part of our goals. That this is, and for me, as someone said here, I think she said, that is very important to establish some KPIs to follow, and I hope that we will achieve some goals. Okay.
Cass?
Yeah, so let me follow up on that. I think the execution is very important, and one of the things we want to do is look at each sort of task force, and if we find that you guys and the others that have preceded us have done all the work on the policy side of things, then let's concentrate our presidency on implementation and action related to those policies, okay? And track those, try to track those. I think the other sort of sign of success would be that we look at some sort of mechanism to ensure continuity, to ensure delivery between the various presidencies of the B20 and track those, and if we're not delivering, to actually begin to see why we're not delivering. And these should be on recommendations that are relevant to business. We have little control over the G20 side, but on the business side, we have control. And I think that we must be committed to ensuring change in the business sector and tracking that change and ensuring that that happens.
I see that the feeling is the same. Now, behind all this is the need for execution, tracking, implementation, and that will be our success. What do you think, John, with the challenge?
Well, in a way, another reason I really love what we're doing in the ICC B20 Global Challenge on food loss and waste is, frankly, it's measurable. I mean, we can measure, I put this in the context of food scarcity. We can measure, we have numbers on food scarcity. We also have numbers on the consequence of and the amount of food which is lost through waste. We can actually put those together, which is why when we cast the 5 projects that we're looking at here for the competition, we can identify which will have the greatest impact on food scarcity, lowering it, and increasing or decreasing the amount of food loss and damage and wastage. We can actually bring that together, and then we can determine which we will support, and then we can measure it over a period of time. Success for me, frankly, has to be measurable. One of the problems with policy-based success is it often rests on promises of action, but without actual measurable results. So we have to find, I think, measurable, concrete KPIs to support them. And in a way, we have them for the global challenge. So there's competition with the other areas now to get up with it as well.
Competition is always good for new ideas. And Scarlett, on measuring, I think your platform has a clear note on what is success.
Absolutely. Thank you, first of all, for asking the question. I think it's a very important question that we should all ask ourselves more as we move into the future and carry on with these initiatives. For us, it is very clear. We've done a lot of work now with the companies, getting the commitments. The big question now from our side is where are the governments connecting the B20 and the G20? For the Integrity and Compliance Task Force, we have the benefit of having a long-standing G20 anti-corruption working group counterpart who also work with annual, biannual action plans. So they also have commitment that they measure against. So the hope and aim for us is that we can take this KPI where we have the data, connect to the G20 anti-corruption working group and see if we can somehow introduce it into the discussion, into the action plans. If we manage to get it there, then I think our aim of 100% by 2030 is actually doable. So fingers crossed on that.
Thank you very much, Scarlett. And Constanza?
Well, I think very quickly, I think Cass was reading my mind because my answer was exactly what Cass said. I would like to echo in terms of general answer to success. But if I look into those 2 legacies, I think that the Chile is obvious. We should attain this 50% or even more. Why not? In terms of women participation within the B20. And the one on women in trade, I think it would be at least some measures that we could see at the G20 level, especially this is something very difficult. There's no data in terms of women participation in trade, and I think this would be something interesting in which we could already consider a success if we see this happening beyond some other policy initiatives at G20 level.
That's about right. And well, guys, I think I talked about 2 challenges at the beginning. One is to keep it lively. We collectively done so congrats. The second one was to actions and implementation. These are stepping stones, but are pointing towards the right direction. And now I'm going to ask you to stay there because we have a special moment that is the stepping stone for the She-Leads initiative starts now. I'm going to pass to Leila that will introduce us, but we're going to officially launch the She-Leads B20 pledge and start working on increasing leadership of women in the B20. So stay with me. We're going to have this launch.
My micro, yes. Thank you so much, Miguel. Thank you to all the panelists for your contribution. And we have now reached an important milestone in our journey, the official signing of the She-Leads B20 pledge. This pledge represents a commitment between the current and upcoming B20 presidencies, with the support of international organizations to increase female representation in B20 leadership and membership. We now invite Constanza Negri and Casco Varia to come forward and officially sign the She-Leads B20 pledge. Thank you, Constanza and Cass. And now I welcome our partner organizations and invite them to a group photo to symbolize our shared commitment. I now call Mr. John Denton, Secretary General of the ICC, to come forward, and Jane Korinek, Senior Policy Analyst at OECD, to join the stage. These partner organizations commit to supporting B20 cycles in integrating this initiative and also working towards achieving the goals that have been set. Thank you. And now I invite all the panelists, all the supporters to the official photo of the panel. All of you, please. Thank you so much. Wow, it's been 2 days of rich exchanges of ideas, analysis, and experiences that will surely radiate from here to the world, cementing the importance of B20 as a privileged stage for thinking about the future of the planet, its nations, and its peoples. Finally, I would like to thank our sponsors once again, main sponsors, Aramco, SABIC. Diamond sponsors, ABDI, Brazilian Agency for Industrial Development, JBS, MasterCard. Gold sponsors, Equinor, Google, BRF Marfrig, Brio, Sky, BNDES, the Brazilian Development Bank, Brazilian Ministry of Development, Industry, Commerce and Services, FINEP, Brazilian Innovation Agency, Brazilian Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, Petrobras, Federal Government of Brazil, Brazil Union and Reconstruction. Silva sponsors, Bayer, BCC, Business Council of Canada, Citibank, Embraer, Febraban, Brazilian Federation of Banks, Suzano, Vale. Institutional support, Fiesp, Federation of Industries of the State of São Paulo, Firjan, Federation of Industries of the State of Rio de Janeiro, SERPRO, Federal Service for Data Processing, OCB, OCB, System, Brazilian Organization of Cooperatives, Social Service for Industry, SESI, National Board, SEBRAE, Brazilian Micro and Small Business Support Service. Main partner, Knowledge Partners, Network Partners. And I invite everyone to join us at our cocktail, which will be served at the brunch room downstairs. Thank you so much. See you next time. Good night.